Yeah, bum. Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well today. I do. It's been a long fucking weekend again. My mother-in-law's in town, but she's doing stuff with the kids, which is fun and nice and sort of good to keep them busy. So Heather and I can get to unpacking, maybe spend a little bit of time together, do some stuff in the kitchen. We got the kitchen like 70% done. Oh, God. God, moving sucks. Moving sucks. But let me go ahead and toss the link in and annoy a few more people to get in here. Up. I usually do this before, but I'm just not in the fucking mood. And you'll see why, because today we are reacting to real philosophers. Taking a turn from the shit wannabe section of the world and dealing with that to instead something I think that is going to be much more interesting. Zizek and some Nick Lamb. I think those will be fun. And while we're doing this, I've also got a little thing. As I promised a handful of people, our German viewers, if you didn't watch my latest how-to philosophy video, which I'm actually quite proud of, it has some things that I know I need to be corrected on, or I've learned I guess I need to be corrected on. I'm not a big expert in Fichte. Shock. Because I don't care for his writing. At least Hegel is at least interesting. At least Hegel's interesting. Fichte ain't fucking interesting. But there's some people who think he is, who let me know I was kind of oversimplified in my version of what Fichte did. But I think my favorite is, Fichte's a proto-fascist. Yes, seriously, I know it's a shock that I didn't really care for Fichte, but it's not fair for me also not to give him his due, because I think even if I give him his due, he's garbage. So it's a thing I need to be doing. But my favorite thing is, despite me putting in the goddamn description, also in the section of the video, a subtitle where I say, by the way, I'm sorry to everyone who's German. I can't pronounce a goddamn thing. I'm American. What the fuck? Yet still, I got like multiple comments. I got people adding me in the Discord, like joining the Discord just to let me know that I can't pronounce things in German. Is everyone shocked? Is everyone shocked? I barely pronounce French, and I read French. That's not a thing. German is, not my language at all. I do like dinosaurs. George Pendragon. I wanted to be a paleontologist when I was 5. My favorite thing in the world was dinosaur stuff. It was grew up in Denver. In Denver, they have the Natural History Museum, and also where they were building a bunch of homes along the foothills, they were uncovering fossils, and you could just like go find shit. And we did. We found a bunch of stuff. And then in the backyard of a friend's house, they decided to put in a pool, and it was a friend of my dad's, and they dug up a fucking Tyrannosaurus Rex. like a pretty fucking whole skeleton. It's on display at the Natural History Museum now. That shit is crazy. So I got the bug early on. I like the dinosaurs. But again, 80s, 90s kids, I think dinosaurs we overdosed on for the most part anyway. Yeah. But anyway, so as we go, you'll be seeing me jump back and forth between a German pronunciation YouTube test. No, I'm not going to be going to the place that they recommended I learn, because I have no desire to learn. My goal is to cause pain to the people who are so pedantic that they got on me for pronunciation. So you get to hear me mispronounce all the German words. It'll be good. Suresh, I wanted to be Indiana Jones as a kid. Yeah, also fair. Also fair. Also fair. Also fair. Very fair. But you'll get to hear me mispronounce everything. I'm actually really happy with how that video turned out. I'm more happy with how the AI video turned out. I'm actually really shocked. It went, as far as I'm concerned, semi-viral and is on its way to becoming my top video, which makes me happy because I don't want my top video to be one where I'm talking about someone who's effectively a genocide denier and sued. Who wants that? We have a bunch of Germans in the Discord, Stephen. A bunch of Germans. And a bunch of Europeans who just think it's funny to make fun of Americans. So you get to deal with it. You get to deal with it. Oh, Clevis is here. See, there we go. We got Germans everywhere. We got Germans everywhere. So, trying to think if there's anything else to go over. Mostly, it's just good to have all of you people here and to be doing this. It's super fun. Yeah, Ricardo, thank you. A lot of people did. It did really good numbers in the first week. It's crazy. But I think the thing that was most edifying for me is the people who said I was very, very wrong. None of them actually believed I was wrong. They all just don't like how I didn't both sides it, or I didn't go into thing X. And I don't care about any of them. A lot of people who do work in the field who saw it, it was very edifying to get comments like from channels that do this. Like, this is their thing. They're like, this is the best explanation I've ever seen. It was like, oh, thank God. Because it'd been months. The AI thing is like a lot of technology. It's very difficult to boil down how a thing works without totalizing it in a way that does it a disservice. VR was like, I think, my favorite one of those. And I went through it firsthand, and it was fascinating. A lot of people, like at the time, and they still think that VR is going to be like this future technology everyone's going to have. But they don't understand that, like, there's a huge number of limitations just in the nature of what the product is. It'll never be able to be mainstream, at least in my lifetime. And so that conversation is difficult. Because, don't you think VR is amazing? Yes. Don't you think it can do everything? Sure. Will it be the biggest thing ever? No. Why not? Well, because of limit, and you just don't have people who can have those conversations, right? And AI, I think it's the same people. It's the same people who did the crypto shit too. I was early in crypto. I actually still think there's a lot of interesting stuff within the technology and how it can be allied. Just a thing. Some people really don't like that I say that. But it's like, look, tech does what it does. None of it's super good. Some of it has parts. But how we got to where we are and why we use it the way we do is 100% worth like realizing how it's socially manufactured. And that was what, with the AI video, the timing was great because I was able to then hit immediately with my dialectics video, which I think is pretty good. I'm like 90% happy with it now that I see there's a couple problems with it, but that's okay. I think it's mostly good. That's the thing I really care about. So, yeah. And it's, I'm also going to be doing a second video for this next week because, we have a lot of people in the Discord who it turns out are using it as a literal reading list. Like they're expecting to go through every book every week. Full stop. Fucking don't do that. Like you'll fucking kill yourself at the end of it. Your brain will die. You will run yourself into the ground. Do not do that. Do not do that. It's not for that. So I need to do a video about welcome to the series. Here's the point. It's a lot. Oximer says, I know somebody whose spouse works at Nvidia. Oh, good Lord. I have a bunch of friends at Nvidia, and I got in an argument with one who's one of their like top, I don't even know what he does anymore. And he's not really a friend anymore, it turns out, because they don't like, he said, boy, like this was when Sora came out and they had that coffee cup video, boats in a coffee cup with the coffee splashing around like the ocean. And he said, my God, it's proof that AIs are doing physics. What? And he's like, talks about how it's physics computation clearly, and that it's figured out a new way to do physics computation because it doesn't do any of the old stuff. So it must be, and it's like, You functionally don't understand how any of this works, and you're a top machine learning researcher at Nvidia. That's horrifying to me. He knows how to type these things, but he doesn't understand what any of the shit does. It's really terrifying. Very common in the tech world. Tech bros are excessively myopic and have no sort of ability to look outside of themselves for the most part, which is a huge shame because there's no need for that. There's no need for that, but they do. Armin Avabi is the AI atheist dude who says AI will be the new God. And so, yeah, again, people don't understand what the tech does. I stand by everything in the AI video. I got nothing wrong. I didn't go into full detail about some things, but I got nothing wrong. And so it's really fascinating. If you haven't seen, there's like, one sec, let me double check. I was looking at how many comments are going, because my videos on this channel, you don't get a lot of comments. Like, that's not really a thing for us. No, sometimes, if you go back to like the Michael Burns Sucks video, for example, the It Got Worse video, it has 213 comments, which is pretty decent. It's very high for me. Adam Ragusa, 79. Philosophy Tube, 782. But again, what do you expect? But this AI one is topping almost 500 already. And it's like, yeah. But it is getting a 97% like ratio. So, just saying. That's pretty solid. It's better than Michael or the Philosophy Tube got 87% because that's how fans work. It was really fascinating. I was really, again, I find the whole thing fascinating. I find it really crazy. But today we're going to be doing, I'm actually kind of sad about this. I'm if you've been watching me for a while, you know I go into a lot of videos with a huge amount of hope. I do. I go in like, hey, this is a great thing, especially when it comes to people I really, really like, or I have liked. The challenge becomes that I have become very sad as I go over these videos and I go, oh, God, I've not been critically watching these videos. YouTube's made me dumber. What am I doing? And that's true of Fuzzy, Fuzzy, Fuzzy Bear. Fuzzy Wuzzy was Zizek. Thank you, George. I love looking at dinosaur shit, especially weird ones. My favorite thing has been the in my lifetime transition for dinosaurs to learning that they were just birds. Not that they ever stopped having feathers, it's that they had feathers, which is like, when I was younger, that was not, they were all like, like Jurassic Park, and Archaeopteryx was the weird one. Turns out, no, they're all like that. I love that shit. It's been fun to watch that sort of whole thing grow. I need to get that caption shit in a better place. Let's see. Boop, 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 boop. There you go. That should be enough. I really like a lot of what Zizek has written in his lifetime. Not only are the books formative for me, in terms of my intellectual career, my life, that spiritual life, you might even say. Some of his stuff has been incredibly impactful for how I have considered trauma in my life, for how I've considered everything. I really like him. I really liked him. We shared, when I published my book, Anne, who was one of the most wonderful people who helped me do publicity and stuff, actually ended up being Zizek's publicist for a little bit. So I had a little connection. It was really fun to be able to, Anne would call me. She'd be like, what the fuck? You said this to me. What does that mean? It was always fun to be able to like be the sniffy interpreter. This has been a very difficult time for Zizek fans. he made a move that was very complicatedly sort of anti-trans, not anti-trans, and he never really cleared it up, and I'm not going to defend it. I'm not defending his statements. I'm just going to say he makes bold, edgy statements, and he has started to be left behind by the rest of the world. And it's weird to watch because if you go back, he was absolutely the edginess that we needed circa 1998 to 2010. Without question, to me, he is that push that we needed to start having people seriously care about the left, to seriously care about actual policy, to seriously care about stuff. And I use his quotes all the time. Some of my favorites are, all right, I say to leftists now, fine, you've had your revolution, now what? Which is probably one of my favorite fucking things because he understands, as people should, that there's no such thing as just a revolution. There's all the shit that comes after. And what do we do? How do we build a society that materially encourages people to do things that are not capitalism again? I appreciate Zizek. This turn is weird. And I've had a handful of people warn me a great deal about a handful of things that he says in this. There are a few videos that we may go over. We may actually go and read his article. Allow me to share a video with you that we may do. How Philosophy Got Lost. Or Zizek wrote this. This is someone copied it into a Google Doc because it's paywalled. I didn't see this because I didn't know he had a fucking Substack. Trump thus discovered a new role for himself on the world stage, a global daddy safeguarding peace with a mixture of awards and brutal pressure. I am hoping that it's interesting writing. I'm hoping. I haven't read it. We may get to it. But first I want to hear, I watched the first few minutes of this. I did not care for it.
He is for me the ultimate result of how the legacy of 68 protests was appropriated by the establishment. Lacan's reaction to the 68 rebellion was that they are too shameless. They know no shame.
This is going to be long. This is going to be long. No, seriously, I don't think it's cognitive decline. I think it's, look, getting old is tough. You become distant from things. You are no longer part of the way the culture operates in the same way, especially in a culture of ours that everything is mimetic for young people and pushed towards them. Advertising is aimed at them. Products are aimed at them. It's not, as a 45-year-old, it's a weird time to like be doing your own thing. So there's that. Mix that with the fact that you just, as you get older and you don't have people challenging you because you're a Zizek, for example, who gets sucked up to by a whole huge number of motherfucking people and no one ever challenges him, not really on anything that's like meaningful or how he stated things. No one went, again, how he worded his transgender thing and transmedicalist argument is horrifying. And I don't want to say his intent, but his wording's fucking gross. And no one like in his circle who are people who really aren't anti-trans at all. No one went, hey, what the fuck, dude? And he's done a lot of interviews since then. That thing is like, what the fuck? Is that Steven Pinker? What the fuck? What are we watching? What the fuck is this? This is the Institute of Art and Ideas. That's Pinker, right? Am I fucking nuts? Did I click the wrong video? I bet you all of these people are useless. Hey, if you have made it somewhere in your career and you end up sharing a stage with Steven Pinker, understand why.
my starting point is that Trump really changed the basic coordinates of our predicament. While the left babbles about the need to go beyond global neoliberalism, Trump did it. I accept.
Trump went beyond the neoliberal order. What's up, Dex?
I was just wondering if you wanted to play Minecraft Dungeons.
I am streaming right now, so maybe in a little bit.
Okay, then I'll go play Astrobot.
You do that, buddy. Trump went beyond the neoliberal order. I am not sure I would need a lot about that. That's
Yanis Varoufakis, who said, no, what the
Varoufakis,
left was
of
dreaming
course.
about, Trump did it. And I can go endlessly on.
If anyone on the left was dreaming about the things Trump has done, you are a piece of shit. I'm just letting you know. Deportations to an Auschwitz in Central America, tariffs that have destroyed working families and cost structures and rewarded large-scale companies and global corporations. I don't know. And I can go endlessly on. I want to. Do you think he's going to go endlessly? How many examples do you think he's going to give? It's my bet. My bet is one, but he could go endlessly.
This list.
There's also one here. I know, serious. I'm just look. There's a lot of things. There is not a. I don't. He's talking about disruption. The left did not want. So okay, again, if anyone on the left simply wanted disruption, you're a piece of shit. I mean, that's it. That's it. That's it. Like, don't do that. Like disruption. Oh, I want to upend things. If you say such thing, that's fine. But if what you actually wanted was this type of disruption, I'm very, very hesitant to say that you give a fuck about people.
For example, what's the ultimate leftist dream? People gather and occupy the seats of power. Trumpists did it on 6th of January and so on.
Okay. Poof. Okay. Okay. January 6th was actually not a coup. That's the fun part. And it wasn't a taking of the seat of power. Specifically what January 6th was an insurrection, a violent one up front, but one that, as it went on, revealed that it actually only existed in the same way the Brooks Brothers riot existed in 2000. It was intended to create confusion, but not overthrow anything. The people didn't take the seats of power. There was none of that. It was distraction. It was noise, excessive noise, but it certainly wasn't the people taking seats of power. If on January 6th, they had gone through and committed major acts of terror throughout all of Congress, you could have a conversation. I'm not on the side of that, but that's something. A dude shit on Nancy Pelosi's desk and stole her computer and then left. This is not the people taking the seat of power in any capacity at all. So that's a bad example.
And I'm ready to go here very quickly to
Told you one example. So every time he says that shit, it's the same fucking thing he does every time. I could go on forever. One example. See? Forever.
the end. I think the left should not just rethink its presuppositions, blah, blah, blah. It should put in under question the basic model of subversion, provocation is good, you know.
I could agree with this.
I think the left should not just rethink its presuppositions, blah, blah, blah. It should put in under question the basic model of subversion, provocation is good, you know.
Look, he's very difficult sometimes to understand. How I'm taking this is that the lesson from Trump and January 6th is that it's necessary for us to rethink what subversion means and how subversion works, and if subversion is good in and of itself. Right? Provocation and these things. Yeah. He looks like older Sunday. He looks like Sunday if Sunday had a series of strokes and basically didn't take care of himself at all for the next 50 years and did a huge amount of cocaine.
The model of 68. Those in power have decency. We can be vulgar.
This is just dropped. Rough timing for Michael Burns. It is. This is our mediator, because clearly that's what Kornbluth meant, is people, mediators, right?
We use the F word and so on and so on. No, they are today the true, even postmodernists. A very superficial, easy observation.
I agree with this. I mean, but Jordan Peterson and Trump and all of them are the true postmodernists. Is anyone here? Literally anyone here should not disagree with that, by the way. I'm happy to let you know why, because this is a fair statement.
Trump may present himself as an advocate of traditional values, but can you imagine if we accept the usual in right-wing media definition of postmodernism? They don't advocate any eternal values. Everything is historical, relativist, self-irony, and so on. Trump is the ultimate postmodernist president. And I think the result to do is, I'm ready to go to the end here, is take two very visible leftist politicians, both pushed to the edge. Jeremy Corbyn.
So to say Trump and the others, they're postmodern in the sense that they embody the postmodern cultural tradition. And that they're not aware of any of this. They're fucking dumb. And they also have no concept of what they're doing. But the postmodern tradition within Capital is literally about right-wing people like them and how we're stuck in that position. So, I mean, again, that's Jameson's point. Again, not a thing I, agree with necessarily. I tend to lean on the Bruno Latour mentality of the whole thing. I know you're shocked. But, I mean, if you're using these terms, it's not a wrong statement. I have not read anything by Galen Strawson. Feel free to toss something in the QC. I'll let you know.
Corbyn here and Bernie Sanders in the United States. Sorry, they are not playing any of these dirty jokes, obscenity games. They are simply, I would almost say, in the most noble sense of the term, decent conservative guys.
Sorry.
Leftist politicians, both pushed to the edge. Jeremy Corbyn here and Bernie Sanders in the United States. Sorry, they are not playing any of these dirty jokes, obscenity games. They are simply, I would almost say, in the most noble sense of the term, decent conservative guys. This is how I once was in immediate contact with Bernie Sanders. This is how he also perceives himself. So what I'm saying is that, I'm provoking you now, that we, the subversive left, should absolutely reject this model, traditional model of subversiveness. We should discover in our political activity values like...
It is a weird use of conservative. Bernie's talked about this kind of thing. Zizek's taking it, and again, as he says, he's literally said he's being provocative. Corbyn and Sanders both exist in the same way as a conservative that FDR could be called a conservative. Their goal was to literally build a system that can handle the situation in the United States, so that way everything doesn't fall apart. I make the comment a lot that Zionists actually don't care about Israel at all. They care about power. Anti-Zionists actually care about Israel more. It's a weird statement, but it's because, to me, if you're going to be basically bombing and killing huge numbers of people, committing massive genocide in this very small area, and you're kind of one small island in a big giant fucking ocean who hates you, that's a long-term proposition that's going to end just badly. Instead, if you're not Zionist and you actually become an integrated society that can actually be a beacon of freedom inside of the Middle East, suddenly you actually have Israel surviving. Like, does Israel ever survive? I don't care about the state. But if it's called Israel in like 25 years, 30 years, or 5 years, and everyone has equal rights underneath the law there, I'm okay with that. Like, what the fuck? It's what I want. I want everyone to have equal rights. So, am I conservative? Again, this is one of the challenges where we layer these words onto each other. Conservative does not mean reactionary, does not mean right-wing necessarily. It doesn't mean the same stuff. It's a very, very different beast. Very different beast. I'll go on about Latour shortly. Yeah, Zizek is calling for, yes, he's dirtbag left. For those of you who don't know what the dirtbag left is, once upon a time, and I think, some of us fucking still do this stuff. It was the idea that there's no need for us to be polite. Liberal leftism or polite leftism is this idea of, hey, here's how we need to care about things. Here's how we need to worry about stuff. We need to be very kind to these people. We need to not go low. We need to go high when they go low, which I don't agree with. Dirtbag left stuff is what he's talking about. Not trying to conserve, not trying to be conservative, not trying to maintain the normative structure of America, instead move forward and build new. I tend to believe that's fine. Oh, and Stephen, I don't like states either, but if we had an Israel where everyone was equal under the law, that's a better outcome than genocide. I know, I'm wacky like that.
Common decency, even, I think it should be our term now, moral majority, common people, and so on. My thesis is here that look at figure like Elon Musk. He is, for me, the
I'd rather not, as Bartleby said.
ultimate result of how
See, that's a Zizek joke.
the legacy of 68 protests was appropriated by the establishment. He is ridiculously self-joking, clown, and so on and so on. No, this is their position now. So even at the level of capitalism, we have many theories. Varoufakis, this techno-feudalism and so on, or Trump as a kind of a fascist. With fascism, I have a problem. I think there is an old intellectual laziness among the left. They see clearly that Trump, there is something bad, and without thinking, what is really bad?
So obviously at this point, I think the title of this stream is clearly clickbait, and his opening is very much him being provocative for the same reason. Does this work? I'm going to actually ask that as the first. I'm going to ask that as the first question. I'm curious if anyone here believes this works. And by works, let me be more specific. He is clearly making commentary that, one, riles up or provokes anyone on the left, but at the same time is attractive to those on the Trumpy side, MAGAs. Saying Trump did what the left couldn't absolutely will attract maggots and the other types over. So does this work? Or am I nuts to say that this basically turns off both sides. I'm curious as to that. Yeah, the MAGA communist, maybe. That's fucking gross. Left has too much faith, in a sense, when you're talking about the current political left. Maybe we'll get into this tonight. I don't believe in the left as a category. It's one of the things that makes a lot of these videos very difficult for me to even respond to and to try to speak normally. I don't believe in such a thing. Not as a movement that's cohesive or as a movement that makes instant sense in the same way that being right-wing does. The challenge we run into is that the power structures that exist, if you're in line with them, you're on the right. Like that's no one on the left is in line with power structures. That's the defining thing of them. And the challenge becomes that they see themselves in that. They immediately invest in those power structures, their libidinal desire and their desiring pathways and their understanding of things. But everyone else is scattered to the wind. And without an affirming thing for people to invest in, there isn't an actual group that's known there. There is just a counter investment, and counter investments, there's nothing that's not a cohesive thing. Someone who loves football, yeah, it's great. Football haters isn't like or non-football people or anti-foot. That's not a fucking thing. The left is the same thing. It's against that or not that, but that's not cohesive. So the left doesn't really mean a lot. It's one of the challenges.
Fascism. So Trump must be a fascist. Maybe,
Trump,
but in
Trump is a fascist and bang kids.
Sense. While I am close to all the circulating definitions, I think that my starting point will be here. I will really try to go very quickly. The book by, I think, Jonas Goldberg, who wrote a book, Liberal Fascism, some 10, 15 years ago. And his idea was that the new politically correct left is the real follower of fascism, with all their politically correct regulation and so on and so on.
Political correctness is not really a leftist thing. It's a liberal thing and capitalist thing. Do we hate or like Zizek? I don't care about people. I will go up or down, and I will say this video is less interesting to me than I was hoping, but maybe he'll say something interesting.
I think that what Trump is doing is rebelling against what he misperceives as politically correct cancel culture, regulation, this type of censorship for pure libertad.
Political correctness is a liberal and right position. Yeah, Brian, I can go into that if you want. It's granted, it's not the normal way people talk about these things, but the nature of saying what is common sense or what is the correct, or that people need to understand the correct words, that appeal is by nature appeal to a model, which is appealing to the right wing. That's it. Caring about those things or not being insulting is not something that we would be correcting people on. There's a great, there's a handful of really good videos on this, or sort of ways we can talk about it. But the reality is that race and all of these things are things that are meant for us to be dealing with the world. And when we deal with people directly and we do not judge them, that's the actual leftist position. Political correctness is a correcting mechanism towards a model as a thing. Ugh. It's moralistic, driving that direction. These are not universalist notions.
Arianism. But he provides a wonderful case of how in the specific sense, not just liberalism, libertarianism, get rid of the state and so on, but we immediately see the result. There never was so much oppression and censorship as we have it today. Careers are...
How is the right reactionary when communism exists on the left? Well, actually, really interesting conversation. It's one of the challenges. I said this earlier about talking about what left or reactionary or revolutionary and all these things mean, because we stack them, but they all come from differing traditions of political activity and praxis and sort of how we deal with things in governance in the social space. Communism as it existed, or what, you know, we understand it to be at a popular level, centralized state markets, things like that, was excessively right-wing, fucking totally right-wing. Like Stalin was right-wing, Mao ended up being right-wing, and China ended up being hyper-capitalist right-wing. Communism is one of those interesting things that, because Marx, who did very good work, generally, like his work's very, very good, when he made these edicts about what needed to come in the steps, for him, capitalism is not like an evil. It's not good, but it is a necessary step as we continue to shift the material conditions of the world that produce different ways for us to exist at large scales. And some people went, oh, well, let's just do that now. And they didn't understand that, like, no, not only is a revolution not actually going to change anything, a bunch of people die, and then you, what? Well, you recreate the same exact structure, but you do it with a political party. Like the party apparatus tends to be the thing, but it ends up being the same repressive regime at totality. Granted, this tends to push towards more of an anarchist sort of mentality. Shocking, that's where I tend to land. But one of the challenges we have is that, and Zizek says this, a great set of things Zizek says is that one of the great tragedies of what would be my lifetime, but his lifetime, is actually what happened in the Soviet Union and how it went so hard right and how it fell when it fell, that there was no corrective mechanisms, there was no turn. And so that is what communism was named. And it really isn't communism as Marx talked about it at all. It isn't this idealized version that Zizek talks about. But it also kind of showed that it doesn't matter if that's not, because this is what people produce when given the opportunity. Those people especially, but in our world. And you see this kind of repeated throughout many different countries, and it's worth noting. It's like, oh shit. Was Stalin actually communist? If you haven't read his writings, Stalin was very, very, like, super educated. Like, he had his own dialectics. Like, dude was crazy good, but also super fucked up. Trotsky. I like a lot of Trotsky's writing. Super fucked up. Lenin, probably, yeah, I think I would probably like to talk to Lenin more than the other guys, but also fucked up. There's a challenge you have. What does changing everything mean? If we have a revolution, and Zizek again, we have a revolution tomorrow, what then? What's the next day? Whitest Kids You Know has a really cute sketch about, like, oh, revolution. And then they're standing around and they're like, one of the guys is like, all right, so what do we do now? Oh, dude, I'm going to go fucking break into the movie theater. We're going to watch movies. He's like, okay, but I worked at the nuclear power plant and I kind of have to go back up there because if I don't, we're all going to die. He's like, oh, fuck, yeah, go do that. Yeah, but if I'm up there, how am I going to feed my family? Oh, well, how about this? Why don't I give you slips of paper that say every day that you work, you get to feed your family? They literally just reinvent capitalism by trying to figure out how to survive it. Really great sketch. Highly recommend looking it up. But it's almost not a comedy because that's how this happens. You end up in the same position until we understand new ways of dealing with social space, new ways of dealing with things. Capitalism, one, will win, but so will rightism, the fascist tendency towards centralized power, because we're attracted to it. We all are. I don't, like, whoever the fuck you think you are, like, if you aren't, you're a better person than everyone, I guess. Good for you. But it doesn't matter because everyone else is also attracted to it. There's something comforting in centralization or knowing or being safe about a thing and not stuck in a position. How do you allow that? How do we find out? How do we find out? What was fucked up about Trotsky? Terror thoughts, I think, is one I don't agree with him on. But there's a lot of, again, there's good stuff, there's bad stuff. So there's good stuff and bad stuff in all these guys. Stalin especially. When I got into Stalin, someone sent me his papers. And I was like, the fuck? I didn't know he wrote, he really studied Marx and wrote after him. And also totally, genocide. As you do, or did, I guess. That was a thing back then. And now. But it's a really difficult thing to have that conversation. There are hardline super commies, I would call them. I got to know who worked, and this is not a joke, who worked in crypto tech because they saw decentralization as an actual way for us to shift how governance can work and a way for people to get paid and find ways to diversify. None of their projects came to fruition, and they worked for years alone or sometimes with just a few of them. They couldn't do it. They ended up, a few projects they did ended up becoming something they didn't want. Did they from the beginning have that, or were they just evil because it's crypto? It's no, they were genuinely caring people and horrified by what they ended up doing, but things get out of your hand. The world continues. You don't have control. There is no such thing as the great man for any of us. And this is the challenge we run into across the board. Did I see that Acid Horizon has a new video with Shrink? Oh, God. I will not be commenting on Acid Horizon generally. There's enough people there that I think are pretty interesting and wonderful. And everyone's got a different jam, and I'm just going to say they're a different jam than mine. Stalin's Marx was just really bad Lenin, which was bad Engels. It's true, but let me put it this way. If you found out that any of the American presidents for the last 40 years had multiple dissertations and theses written about anything in politics that was consistent and ongoing from any major thinkers of the last 70 or 100 years, you'd be blown away. Right? Even if it's not great, just having that is oh, fuck, they engaged with something. So it's yeah. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. And this is why, again, Zizek and his political project was attractive to me for a long time and then not. 2012-ish, it started flipping for me. I started getting more into Deleuze, and I think I had a very different conversation with myself about, actually, this stuff is more or less saying, hey, we don't know, but we know here are all the pieces, here's all the machinery. And it's a much more satisfying understanding of why we keep falling into the trap. And now the question is, how do we get out of it? And I think there's good work to be done there, but there's a lot of work to be done there. And it ain't happening overnight. It ain't at all. Clinton, what was his study? Pussy.
Are loosed for one wrong.
I don't know if you saw Epstein, Clinton, also. Anyone else think it's hilarious that he's going after Clinton? Anyone gives a fuck? Anyone gives a shit about him going? I'm so ready for him to destroy that guy. I want him to destroy Bill Clinton so fucking hard. I would love that. I would love that. I'm not going to be defending Clinton. Anyone here defending Clinton? Anyone here want to defend Clinton? Anyone? You're free to.
For one wrong term, and so on and so on. So, how can such a weird economy, in the sense of
Voxamar saw that. It's one of my favorite replies. If you haven't seen it, the right has been we're going after Clinton too. And someone on Twitter posted, oh no, don't do that. I'll have to throw away my Clinton hat, my Clinton jacket, my Clinton card, my Clinton gold foil, because there's nobody even has that for fucking Obama. Maybe people still have the hope poster on their wall. Most people I know do not. Trumpers are culty. They're into the brand of it. Like, no one gives a fuck. Destroy all of them. Burn it all down. Burn it all down. Take Biden too. Take Biden too. No one cares.
Of libidinal economy situation work, where on the one hand, racism, making dirty jokes about women and so on, it's all tolerated, but at the same time, censorship is here. I
gotta go back on this. There was never so much oppression and censorship as we have it today.
Careers are lost for one wrong term, and
they really aren't, dude. Like, hey, I've made inappropriate jokes at workplaces, not directed at a person, but inappropriate jokes. I have a very dark sense of humor. I had, when I was doing VR stuff, my team, 14 people, 8 or 9 of which were women. And like, no one's career is ended for a joke, a comment, a note. This is a weird fantasy that people talk about and have, that there may be occasional examples of. Everyone I know who got shit canned for this stuff was like, it's always the one you most expect kind of thing. Right? Like, no one, this doesn't happen. Careers are not loosed for one thing. I'm trying to think if I know any. If anyone knows any, feel free. Censorship is on the rise after a pretty long laissez-faire time. I mean, it's, to say censorship's on the rise is tough. I want someone to explain to me what is happening on Steam with the adult games thing. Like, if you haven't tuned into Steam today, there's porn games on the front page of my Steam. I don't know what the fuck people are like. They've canceled them all. It's like, here's one called Date Banger. Do you want to know what that one might be? It's Date Banger. Here's Law School Season 1. Sexual content, nudity, not. So, did they take stuff off? They got rid of rape simulators. And super gross, a lot of gross shit. So it's like, mouthwashing did not get banned. That was a thing that was said by everyone needs to, like, I hate social media so fucking much. One, mouthwashing isn't a good game. But if you like that, which is fine, everyone has their problems, it's actually not banned or even pulled out of itch.io. The guy who did the soundtrack for it made a comment that it was. And it was just misinformation. It's on itch.io. You can go find it. There's, like, what? Leisure Suit Larry's still there. There's like, so I don't know what censorship is. I'm not seeing it. There's the weird corporatist version, mostly pushed by the right, by the way, stopping people from saying pretty awful things about Israel or even minor things about Israel, stopping people from saying certain minor slurs or negative statements. Sunday got his channel demonetized because he read from and mocked Ted Kaczynski. So did a few other people also. It was a big push. There was a weird big thing. It's like, so what the fuck? Is it censorship or is there some other mechanism at play here? I believe it's another mechanism, and I refuse this narrative he's putting forward entirely. Wholly.
So on and so on. So, how can such a weird economy in the...
Mouthwashing was removed from its search. Just because. Mm-hmm. I can post it in here if you want to, but we can also just go over it quickly on screen. Edit. Itch.io has responded. Mouthwashing hasn't been indexed since October 2024 since it doesn't meet our indexing criteria. They're using a download button as a link to Steam. Developer took down any playable files from his page in 2024. If you did not know, and you are on itch.io, Itch is not a bookmark page for someone to go search for games to go buy them on Steam. If you do not have the ability to purchase on itch.io, you are de-indexed. Automatically. They have spiders that do this shit. They don't do it on their own. If you do not have the ability to have Itch get money from having your page, they de-index you. They've always done this. This is not anything different. Mouthwashing did this. They removed them years ago. Almost a year ago. So, nothing's wrong with mouthwashing. They did something that got them de-indexed last October. And people who are panicky, reactionary things saw this and went, mouthwashing has things in it. It doesn't. It doesn't. It's hinted, but it's not like you actually are. It's not actually a rape simulator. It's not. And they went, oh, when I search, it's not in there. It's like, yeah, it's because none of the games are that do that. I don't care for mouthwashing. It's cute occasional bits of set pieces, but I find it to be, I don't like narrative games. I'm the wrong person for that. I believe it would be better as a film if it was written slightly differently. But again, this was not de-indexed on itch.io. Just flatly.
The sense of libidinal economy, situation work, where, on the one hand, racism making...
That McManus content. He wrote a book on postmodern conservatism. Yeah, we'll do that at some point. Let me, if you haven't, join our Discord, discord.gg/DGQC, and go into stream notes or suggestions and remind me of it. You can @ me. My username is very easy to find there. It's Brooks. You can @ me and say, hey, check this out. You can do that for a lot of other videos. I'm happy to respond to stuff. My new thing, and I'm slowly building it, is I'm going to only be punching up, with an exception of I'm making a fake character. We'll see how good it is. I don't expect it to be very good. But effectively, it's going to be my foil that I'm going to put terrible takes from people who I know absolutely have no idea what they're talking about. The Michael Burns, the philosophy tubes, the ContraPoints, these people that I'm very tired of as a thing. But instead of punching down at them, which it really is, despite numbers, it is punching down. I'll be turning them into this fake character and attacking that fake character. But McManus is a fucking person. He's someone who I'm happy to take a few shots at. So, yeah, we'll see.
Dirty jokes about women and so on, it's all tolerated, but at the same time...
It's punching down. I made a comment the other day that I wasn't happy that I said. I was mostly out of frustration where I called Michael's audience morons. I've been fortunate to be able to spend the amount of time I have with the works that I have. And it's not a thing a lot of people are afforded, but it's also a thing that I think a lot of people just simply don't do. And when you're a straight up grifter as a thing, I consider it punching down. Zizek is punching up. He is someone who absolutely is far more trained than me, far smarter in a lot of his background, and he knows a huge amount more about the things he talks about in his corner. To me, that's punching up. And I want to try punching up more. Punching down, I'm not proud of myself for. So, yeah. Oh, if that makes sense.
Censorship is here. I want to do something.
Secret Agent Dan, throw down with McManus over postmodern conservatism. We'll see. We'll see. Again, one, it won't be a throwdown. I have no idea what his book is, and we'll see.
Something terribly old-fashioned here. To shock you, I will follow Lacan here, who it was really how incredibly he was looking ahead. Lacan's reaction to the 68 rebellion was that they are too shameless. They know no shame. In this, let's use dirty word and so on. And Lacan predicted that the price they will pay is that they will get a new master, which will be even more shameless than they are. And I think today we are at this.
I mean, if Lacan said that, that's fucking amazing. I want to rehear that.
The price they will pay is that they will get a new master, which will be even more shameless than they are. And I think today we are at this point. Not just
Points to Lacan. It's a hell of a statement. That was a thing to call back then. And again, you have to understand, if you haven't read like shit from May 68 and after or around that, shit like, I mean, Screwball Asses has come up a few times in Discord, Hockenheim and his works. There's a lot of stuff that was like way over what I would say is a safe line to discuss. But their goal was forcing conversations. Forcing conversations. The idea for Lacan that he would be as prescient as to say, it's going to get worse and there's going to be, their masters will be worse. That's fascinating. Speaking of numbers, dang, this channel's going fast. Dude, it's freaking me out. Freaking me out. In the last month, we've gained almost a third of all of our subs right now. And I could say, some people were like, oh, it's only because you're doing the drama content. The AI thing has actually driven a larger number of subs in a shorter number of time. So it's weird. I don't actually know how. I don't know how. And they're good subs. It's one of the things that's really tough is subs are almost meaningless. I appreciate the subs. Please continue to do it. But they're meaningless in the sense of like, generally on YouTube, people sub and then it goes in their feed and then maybe they'll get recommended it again. Most people don't do the bell thing. Do the bell if you really like my content. But most of the time, just in one ear and out the other, and then they kind of don't come back. We have an insane return ratio. Like, YouTube was presenting me stats. Maybe I'll go over them this week after I've had like a solid few days to make sure that it balances. But it's like giving notes on like, here's average YouTube return rate. Here's yours. And it's like, the fuck? How did I find you people? How did I find you people? I'm flattered that I did. I'm glad that I could. Still freaks me out.
As with Trump, let me now focus nonetheless on the example that is always in our minds, at least in the background, what happens in Gaza. I'm here, I try to be as honest as possible. I am aware of also all the limitations, problematic, anti-Semitic statements by many Palestinians.
I'm going to Iron Man his argument here. Not Steel Man. I'm going to Iron Man his argument. I'm going to make it real strong. Trump said something that I've heard no politicians on the left say at all. And it's actually a very true statement. It's vulgar as shit. And it's the kind of thing that I think everyone who saw it went, yeah. When he said, he was asked about Iran and Israel, and he said, these two guys, they've been fighting for hundreds of years, and neither of them know what the fuck they're doing. And he said, fuck. And it was like, yes. It's no one on the left at all. In fact, I actually saw a handful of people pearl clutch from the left over that. They don't know what you're a statesman. And it's like, that's why that's why Trump won. That's why Trump gets his people that moment. Because I don't know anyone who doesn't, people I care about. People who are really marginalized, who saw that and went, like, that's it. It doesn't matter if it's correct, Stephen. It does not matter if it's correct. The idea that they're both fuck-ups. Now, granted, the U.S. has its hand in all of this, whatever. But to be a politician and to say, holy fuck these guys, is like, I got nothing. I have no way to respond to that. No one does except pearl clutching. It's ridiculous. That is the thing. To me, that's the thing. And if that's what Zizek's talking about, he's spot fucking on. That is what dirtbag leftism is supposed to be. That is really what it's supposed to be, that kind of thing where it's like, these guys don't, fuck them both. Fuck them both. And we need to not bomb both, and he ends up bombing. He doesn't care. He's obviously on the side of one. Fuck him. Who gives a shit? I know Marielle, not Hockenheim, wrote it. Just, God damn it. If you search for Marielle, you won't get the book. Sorry, Estelle. But more my point, that moment is the thing. And you see it when you see people call out shit. And I look at Zoran Mamdani in New York. He did this. He wasn't maybe as crude as he could have been. Occasionally he was. Occasionally he was really rough. And they, but he fucking won. He brought out voters who had been sleep voters. They were not going to be voting. He brought people out because it's inspiring to see people and arouse that in people. If this is what Zizek's saying, I agree with him. Trump did what the left couldn't. He aroused that. If that's what he's talking about. I hope. I subbed to your dive into LLM tokenization, then your rebuttal to the data scientist talking about AI. I'm a software engineer and philosopher, and nuanced about content is hard to find. You know, I'm flattered, first off, and welcome. And it is hard to find. It's one of the reasons I fucking started doing this. Nuanced, I believe that thanks to AI, it's going to create a noise pool. Let's say an ocean of noise. It's going to raise up to a certain point. The average person who makes content on YouTube that's garbage, which is most, who has generic normative versions of everything and doesn't really make a point. Think of what debate bros say. They're always arguing one point or another that's just normative. Who gives a fuck? No one's really trying to push like an actual story or how we do things. That noise is going to subsume everything, except people who have that little stem of nuance or actually say something that's not normative. So we'll see if it's right, but we'll find out. Yeah. Kleps. Shout out to Alinka is, I mean, if you didn't see my response to Michael Burns, where he says that he misquotes Alinka Zupanchik, which I will never pronounce correctly, and that's fine. I find Alinka's writing stunning, and I've always loved it. And I do think Zizek has a handful of books that are better than anything Alinka's written, but overall, her work stands head and shoulders because he has he has a mountain with a few great gems on top, and she's just got a few great gems sort of on the table in the valley. That's it. She just doesn't have the breadth of work. If you haven't read Alinka, I highly, highly, highly recommend finding some time and picking up really anything. Zupanchik is amazing. Amazing.
And so on. That's not my point. What I want to focus is that how this absolute shamelessness of what is going now in the majority of Israel. We cannot any longer play.
I don't know where she's from. I'm really bad with people's nationalities. Sorry.
There, the usual game of there are.
Speaking of nationalities, as I promised, you get to hear me pronounce German terribly.
Another
one of our pronunciation exercises. In this exercise, you'll have the chance to say the words that appear on the screen before listening to the correct
This is our German break. It'll be 5 minutes of this, don't worry.
pronunciation. The best way to learn a language and improve your pronunciation
I'm 99% sure she is AI.
is to practice as much as possible. So repeat this exercise if you feel you need to. If you're already fluent with all the words in this exercise, feel free to move on to another one with different words and phrases. Good luck, and please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
None of those words were German. Leonard Lehrmann.
Leonard Lehrmann. Leonard Lehrmann.
Why is that in here?
Leonard
The
Lehrmann.
fuck? What the fuck? Freundlich.
Freundlich. Freundlich.
Freundlich. You got it.
Freundlich.
Like angry phlegm. Sünden.
Zünden.
Sünden.
Zünden.
Sünden.
Zünden.
Sünden. Abteil.
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 Abteil. Oh, aisle.
Abteil.
See, I know Heil. Abteil. Is it in every one of your words as a German? Gondelied.
Gondellied.
See, it's not bad.
Gondellied.
Gondelied.
Gondellied.
Gondelied.
Well done.
Astral?
Astral.
The fuck? Astral?
Astral.
Astral. Fuck you.
Astral.
Fuck you for putting this in there. Fuck you. Julian Reister? What the fuck is
Julian
this fucking...
Reister. Julian Reister.
Julian Reister.
Julian Reister.
Julian Reister. Hoeveel ben ik dir
Wie viel
schuldig?
bin ich dir schuldig?
Hoeveel
Wie
ben
viel
ik...
bin ich dir schuldig?
Hoeveel ben ik dir schuldig? What the fuck? This follows the last... Hoeveel ben ik dir schuldig? Schuldig.
Wie viel bin ich dir schuldig?
Brooks, that was terrible. Yes, it was. How are you doing? This is going to be bad for anyone who speaks German. I apologize. This exists because in my video on Marx, this is my penance of making an ass of myself. This is my lashes on myself. I mispronounced after looking up and trying multiple times. I thought I got it. I mispronounced two words that are really important to Marx, and it was embarrassing. I also put in the fucking video and in the description that it wasn't going to work, and still people shit on me. So, no one's going to teach me German. I don't give a fuck. I'm not going to give a fuck. I'm never going to read German. I don't want to pronounce German. This is my penance for making that mistake. I will not be doing it again. I will simply not read German. That's how that's going to go. But I owe the German people my pain because they like it. Schadenfreude. Hans-Thies Lehmann.
Hans-Thies Lehmann.
That's fine. Hans-Thies Lehmann. That's
Hans-Thies
fine.
Lehmann.
That's fine.
Hans-Thies Lehmann.
Grenau.
Greinau.
Grenau.
Greinau.
What the fuck are these
Greinau.
words? You have a very silly language. I want longer words. I was Erregen. Erregen.
Erregen.
Erregen.
Erregen. Erregen.
Erregen.
Great job.
Mediation.
Meditation.
See, they fucked this up. There's no way. Am I wrong here? I need to find maybe a different channel. Meditation? There's no T. Mediation. What the fuck? Am I wrong? Someone fucking help me. That sounds the right word. Thank you. I fucking hate. What the fuck?
Meditation. Meditation.
This is what I get. I deserve it. Oh my God. Okay. No one tell me. Schließfach.
Schließfach.
Ah, hey. That wasn't bad. Schließfach. That was not bad. Given that I have no idea what the shit that fucking thing is, and I know there's some fucking story and everything, I've got people yelling at me.
Schließfach.
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 Schließfach. Grütze.
Grütze.
Oh, see, I'm nailing a few of these. If I get one more, we're going to be done for a little bit.
Grütze.
If I get one more, we're done for a bit. I fucking hate how you spell things. Weserstadion.
Weserstadion.
I did not get that right. Weserstadion. Weserstadion. Stupid fucking language.
Weserstadion.
Weserstadion. God damn it.
Weserstadion.
Weserstadion. Stadion. Herzlich.
Herzlich.
No, almost. I did a more comedic version.
Herzlich.
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 Herzlich. Friedrich Grützmacher.
Friedrich Grützmacher.
That counts. I'm counting that one. I'm counting that one. We will return to German after a little bit. Did you miss the casual react? No. For those of you just joining, this is a stream of penance as I do what I just did. Occasionally going and embarrassingly showing that I don't know how to pronounce anything German, thanks to me mispronouncing two pretty fucking important words for Marx in my video on the dialectic. Otherwise, we're watching Zizek and maybe some Nick Land and maybe some more Zizek and maybe some other stuff.
That Netanyahu and his right-wingers kidnapped the government and against the peaceful democratic majority are pursuing radical Zionist agenda. I don't have time to, I will just improvise. Okay, screw it. That's the only way I will say anything.
What the fuck is Zizek? Come on, buddy.
No longer play there the usual game of there are Netanyahu and his right-wingers kidnapped the government and against the peaceful democratic majority are pursuing radical Zionist agenda. I don't have time to, I will just improvise. Okay, screw it. That's the only way I will say anything.
Oh, Tododia, I did miss your super chat and I apologize. Thank you very much for the $7.99 Australian or Austrian or Azerbaijani or A, whatever A is. Wherever A is, thank you for the $7.99 of whatever A is.
You know, we have to talk, so many things are to be clarified here. First, I have some radical Palestinian friends who claim two-state solution is a myth and so on and so on. So when I ask them, okay, what will work? They say Jews in Israel should commit a symbolic suicide in the sense of renounce their Jewish identity and accept that they are just one among the people there. I think if one does this, one concedes too much to Netanyahu. What Netanyahu and his guy...
I am having a real hard time following him. Is anyone following him? This seems like he has gone off a rail.
Kidnapped the government and against the peaceful democratic majority are pursuing radical Zionist agenda. I don't have time to, I will just improvise. Okay, screw it. That's the only way I will say anything. You know, we have to talk,
He might be speaking German.
so many things are to be clarified.
He's saying that getting rid of an ethno-state means the fascists get to claim the Jewish identity. I think I agree that that's what he's saying. Not saying I agree with the statement yet. I haven't made it that far. But it does seem that he's talking about how the ceding in Israel of power to Netanyahu and his ilk, the idea that they get to run free and clear and that they're doing something against the democratic order, or that the democratic order is not part of it. It actually separates the democratic order from the Jewish identity that Israel and the fascists are trying to combine.
First, I have some radical Palestinian friends who claim two-state solution is a myth and so on and so on. So when I ask them, okay, what will work? They say Jews in Israel should commit a symbolic suicide, in the sense of renounce their Jewish identity and accept that they are just one among the people there.
So it's said in a way that I think is incredibly unpalatable, but if that's his radical Palestinian friends, that's good people. That's to say, hey, we also are just people like you. That's a pretty, I like that. I like that. That doesn't seem objectionable to me.
I think if one does this, one concedes too much to Netanyahu. What Netanyahu and his guys, and at this moment the majority even maybe of Jews in Israel are doing is they are already committing a symbolic suicide. The Judaism that they stand for.
I know what he's about to say, and I'm pretty sure this is a pretty extreme statement. This is going to be an interesting one to talk through.
Breaks with.
I don't think he's saying that they need to make their Jewishness self-exit. There is baked into Israeli law Jewish supremacy, baked into it. You can't just repeal that. For example, let's talk about the American South. You can't just free the blacks because it doesn't change the way that white people see themselves or that the way that white people deal with black people in the South. What is necessary for that to actually change things is to basically force a symbolic shift and have those people go, we as whites need to understand we are not better or different in any significant way beyond just literal skin color. And instead that we are all equal and that we are as you, we are not above. That's the claim he's making. And that is kind of, I think, if they're going to actually have significant peace, they're going to have to get to something like that one way or another, sadly. That's not the Jewishness. No. And they're not saying get rid of Jewishness. They're saying, say that, oh yeah, Jewishness doesn't mean we're better than Muslims. It's again, yeah, Joe, exactly. The suicide, it's a very provocative language. Zizek does this. I don't like the language, but if you're saying that it's the Haitian Revolution shit, a lot of people talk about how, oh, they had a rule right after the Haitian Revolution that they would kill all white people. They did. What they don't talk about is that the definition of white people was people who didn't renounce whiteness, which sounds weird, but that's what he's talking about. The Polish families and the workers who were absolutely shit on by the same French conquerors and colonists in Haiti. When that uprising happened, they joined the uprising. They were basically not considered white anymore. Race is a kind of not really a real thing, so you can kind of do a lot with it. But the language is really shit. They would be renouncing Jewish. It does. No, again, I don't think that's what he's saying. He might be. How I would take it is that they're renouncing Jewish supremacy or the identity of Jewishness. In the same way that, like, I'm not white. I'm not a white guy. I'm white, but I'm not like a white person. I don't go, I'm a white guy. Like, That's not the same thing. Being a white person, being a Jewish person, being a Jewish person or an Israeli is different. Like these have different standards. It's a different setup.
Most precious element of the Jewish legacy. There would not have been European Enlightenment without Jewish.
Oh, he's strawmanning Palestinian extremists. I'm going to agree with you because I think we're saying the same thing. I don't think he's strawmanning them. I think he's misstating to be provocative, which is, it is sort of strawmanning them. I think they would not say it in those ways, which is a shame. Yeah, he's talking about a conversation with a buddy. Like but again, he likes being provocative. He likes saying that crazy shit.
Legacy. Then we should go a step further. I indicated this 2 years ago at the Frankfurt Book Fair, and I was interrupted by politicians there. Why? I pointed this out. Do you know that there was, from the very beginning, a link between Zionism in the sense of let's return to our promise?
I'm just gonna, because I have a very sad story, I just want to, that's just really, 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 really. Have you seen the film No Other Land? It's very, very good. It's not a pick-me-up film. It's about West Bank. I just saw this, so we'll just make it a mention because it's just a thing. Because of course. Of course. Of course. So, rest in power. One of the main people featured in the film and also contributor heavily to it. If you haven't seen it, I highly, highly recommend No Other Land. I mean, again, actually, maybe for you, I already know how you believe out. It's not going to change your mind. It'll just depress you. So maybe not. It's a very, very, very good film to recommend to people. But yeah, it's fuck.
Land and European anti-Semitism. Who is the hero today of self-legitimization of the state of Israel? Of course, Alfred Balfour. You should study him. Do you know that Balfour was very anti-Semitic? He supported the establishment of Israel because this was an epoch, the first.
There's a book called Homo Soccer. We talked about the metalinguistic intention of the word. The people have different connotations. French revolutionaries. You know, yes. You're talking about Agamben's Homo Soccer, I assume. Yeah. Sorry, I don't know what you mean, but yeah.
Decades of the 20th
Interesting
century
book.
where Jews, because of the pogroms in Russia and then October Revolution and so on, Jews were massively emigrating to the to what was it called at that point, British Empire, not yet United Kingdom, and he was afraid there will be too many Jews here, and this line goes on. Then it was, I always quote him, and they tried to catch me. No, sorry, he did it. The real evil guy, Reinhard Heydrich, the father of Holocaust. You know that in 1937, he wrote a text where he says there are two types of Jews, assimilationists and Zionists. With Zionists, they are perfect. We want them to go there. They are wonderful people. We will collaborate with them. We just don't want them here. So you have this, so it doesn't.
By the way, you're starting to see this with my favorite group of people, Trumpers. They have a really weird thing because most of my life they've been very upset that people aren't assimilating. But now they don't want people to assimilate because, because they're racist. So that's the same kind of thing.
Surprised me how support of Israel was from the very beginning part of the Nazi legacy. Like, just we need them there, not to mix here. Another candidate, if you are old enough, you remember some.
Voxmer, just to mention, that has to do with the English is a fucked up language. Probably one of the most when it comes to like how things are set up. Hard letters, P, for example, P, pi, pierce, these kinds of things, you will find IE, whereas EI would be like softer letters, seize the day, for example. So it sets it up very differently. The English is awful.
And 20 years ago, a crazy Norwegian guy killed in the suburb of Oslo 80 young social democrats. And I got from my Norwegian friends excerpts of his texts. And in them he says the same thing. He says, Jews are good there as a protection of the West. We should allow them to destroy the mosque, to build a new temple, just not here. And this is why I really think that Germany and Israel, no wonder Germany is supporting Israel, because it's, hey, we are at Holocaust again. You know who was the last one who proposed this? In April 1945.
I'm sorry, that's a great line. Except for the word pi. The word pi literally does the same thing. That's why it's p. Seize is SEI. Seismic. Anything. It's a softer. There's a shit would have a schwa in it versus other harder sort of sounds phonetically. That's a fucking hell of a line from Zizek.
And this is why I really think that Germany and Israel, no wonder Germany is supporting Israel, because it's, hey, we are at Holocaust again. You know who was the last one who proposed this? In April 1945, Himmler. He met with representatives of Jews and said, why don't we make a pact? The real enemy are the communists. Let's join forces. We just picked up wrong. There are so many texts which point in this direction.
To continue watching this video,
this is absolutely...
click the link in the top left or in the description below.
With a free
Let's see. Yep, gotta pay. Eat shit, fuck off. That was not nearly as bad as I thought it was going to be. That was not. Actually, some of the comments early on, I'm not a super big fan of. Some of his language, I'm very much not a big fan of. But Zizek always claps for himself. Zizek is actually, there's some endearing qualities that the guy has when it comes to how he publicly speaks. He yells at people for clapping. He claps to make everyone else uncomfortable. Like he's actually kind of, he's got some endearing things. I'm okay with that. The comment about Germany Holocaust again is a hell of a statement. I kind of like that. Kind of like that as a thing. Here's a little bit of an older Zizek 2 years ago. How philosophy got lost. Someone said that this is great and I should watch this, since I put out a thing asking for Zizek videos. So we got that. We also have Arthur Greenwood, smaller channel. And so it's I'll be kind, but it's meant to be more of a critique. Apparently quite an interesting comment about how conservatives don't care about men. I find these conversations always pretty fascinating. But then, of course, we have Nick Land explaining the pneumogram. It is 3.5 hours. We will not be watching 3.5 hours. He is mentally melted. Very early on in this, I skipped around a little bit. It is not philosophy. But first,
Friedrich Grützmacher.
I got this one right, by the way.
Friedrich Grützmacher.
Well done.
I don't like her. This is not a word. Is this a word? Saint. What the fuck is this word? I hate this language. Gore.
Sankt Goar.
Saint Gore.
Sankt Goar.
I find that's
Sankt
not a.
Goar.
Put the whole word there. Put the whole fucking word there. Why would you put the fucking fuck you? Biofilm.
Biofilm.
See? Eh?
Biofilm.
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 Biofilm. Oh, this is anything that has the word Führer in it. I love German words. You have way too many words with Führer in it. Geschäftsführerin. What the fuck? Geschäftsführerin. Fucking Christ.
Geschäftsführerin.
It's not terrible.
Geschäftsführerin. Geschäftsführerin.
I had Nazis everywhere. What can I say? Rahi. Rahi?
Rahe.
Ra.
Rahe.
Ra. Ra. That's the throaty huh, right? Ra. Is that? Is ra. Right? Yeah. Huh. Huh. I don't, what an elegant language.
Rahe.
Nixe.
Nixe. Nixe.
Yeah, so I got that one.
Nixe.
Mermaid, huh? Why is that in here? What the fuck? Straßenlaterne? Straßenlaterne.
Straßenlaterne.
Hey!
Straßenlaterne. Straßenlaterne.
Great job.
Ernst Anschütz. Ernst Anschütz.
Ernst Anschütz. Ernst
Yeah.
Anschütz.
Yeah, I got that.
Ernst Anschütz.
Gothic. I need to turn captions off. That wouldn't help me cheat. That's not fair.
Gotik.
I didn't even get it right either, so fuck me.
Gotik.
Gothic? Fuck
Gothic.
you. Gothic. Das Gehirn.
Das Gehirn.
Uh,
Das Gehirn.
Das Gehirn.
Das Gehirn.
Oh, see, even the caption got it right. There we go. You know, it's possible to have two words describe a thing. Okay. Universitätsspital. Is this a teaching where doctors learn? Universitätsspital.
Universitätsspital.
I hate your language.
Universitätsspital.
University Hospital. Oh, it is.
Universitätsspital.
Yeah, there we go. Big Chungus. Cholangitis.
Cholangitis.
I'm not, fuck that. All right. Let's do, we're going to do some more Zizek. I'm going to take a break for a moment, use the restroom. We've been going for just under 2 hours. I'm going to go side of the kids, make sure everything's good up there. I'll be coming back to it. Don't worry. We'll be doing more German. We'll be doing some more Zizek. But for the time being, I just want to say appreciated. Keep yourselves fairly entertained with, let's see. Oh, there we go. We'll do a thing. I'm gonna, because I just will cut this out of the stream later. So I'm gonna make you watch a Whitest Kids You Know sketch that I mentioned earlier. It says if you haven't seen it, it's great. Yeah! It's great. There we go. They were wonderful. Oh no, anarchy. Enjoy.
The revolution is complete! We have burned this capitalist system to the ground! Anarchy! Anarchy! We will no longer be held down by the technology that has enslaved us! Anarchy! No more laws! No more rules! We can live off the land as mankind was always meant to! We can go see movies for free now! Anarchy! Anarchy!
Excuse me. Hi. Barry Windsor. Just one quick thing. See, I used to work at the nuclear power plant up nearby the airport, and, you know, not to be a downer or anything, but we're gonna have to keep a pretty close eye on that thing. So, there's that.
We don't need nuclear energy anymore! Anarchy!
Anarchy! No, I'm all for that. Hey, revolution and all. I mean, that's great. But the thing is if we don't keep cool water running over the spent plutonium rods, there's gonna be a meltdown. And that'll pretty much end life.
Okay, well, how often do we have to do that?
Oh, I'd say about 3 to 4 times a day over the next 25 years.
What? Okay, all right, so we'll just work together on this and we'll take turns pouring water on the plutonium rods.
No! No work! Free movies!
Well, I mean, no one knows how to work the power plant, and he does. I mean, I'd just be afraid to screw something up with all the computers and all, and I'm sure there's a password or something.
Well, the password is just welcome.
Make him do it!
Okay, all right. Well, since you have the most experience with this sort of thing, would you mind just taking one for the team and kind of staying on top of that?
Yeah, no, I'll do it. I mean, I don't mind, but it doesn't really seem fair. I mean, if I'm going to be spending all my time up at the reactor, then how am I going to scavenge and farm the land to provide food for my family?
Okay, all right. I'm sure we can all agree that it's not a big deal to chip in, give him a little bit of our food in return for him saving our lives at the reactor plant.
I guess.
All right.
Thank you, guys. Thanks. That's really big of you. But the other thing is that it's not a one-man job, okay? I'm gonna need a team of people, all right? So, and I can ask my guys, and I'm sure they'll do it, but they're gonna need some food, too.
Okay, so if you see his team, help him out and give him a little food, too. I think that's only fair.
Well, how will we know who's on his team and who's not? I mean, anyone could just come up and say, hey, I work with Dick Nose up at the power plant. Give me a food. Hey!
Okay, here's what we'll do. We'll make some shirts for him and his team that say, I work at the nuclear power plant. Please give me some of your food. So if you see somebody wearing a shirt that says that, be a nice guy.
Who's gonna make the shirts?
I don't know who's gonna make the shirts. Rodney, will you make the shirts?
Sorry, but I'm probably gonna be at the movie theaters most of the time.
Daryl, will you make the shirts?
Fine.
Okay.
But I'm gonna need some food, too.
Okay, fine. Then just make yourself a shirt that says, I made this shirt, please give me some of your food, and then everyone will give you some food.
Well, what's to stop anyone from just making a shirt that says, hey, I do something stupid, feed my ass for it?
Okay, I will be a shirt inspector, and I'll go around and I'll make sure everybody's shirts are legit. Is that okay? So will you make me a shirt that says shirt inspector, please?
That guy sounds like a cop.
No, I'm not a cop. I'm just an inspector.
He's a cop! Let's get him!
A new age is upon us! We won't let the man hijack our revolution! Forget everything that guy said!
Wait, forget everything that guy said?
Yeah!
Okay, well, my name's Barry, and I used to work at a nuclear power plant up...
I appreciate the shit out of that sketch. I really do. I think it's pretty fantastic. It's basically, as I said earlier, it's the Zizek question. It's the question I ask. It's a question that you should always ask. Hey, let's say you have your revolution. Now what? And I literally don't have a better way to show that than the Whitest Kids You Know sketch, because that's just it. And I'm a fucking anarchist. I think there's a way towards it, but how do you do it? Feel free. Who makes the t-shirts? I think is going to be the question at the end of the day for them every time. Oh, good Lord. All right. If someone wants me to do proper Matt McManus react, I'm happy to do that. Post in the QC and ping me there with, what might be a good video or two. Be nice. Oh, someone did already. Postmodern conservative, wide way. All right. This will be the thing then. The rise of postmodern conservative from digital gnosis. All right. We'll add that into the mix. It's a solid hour. I'm not really interested in that super big. Oh God, please. I hope he has a good understanding of postmodernism. Really do. But for now, let's do a little bit more of the Fuzzy Bear. Let's see. Do I even give a fuck about any of this? I don't give a shit about any of this. That's very fair for me. I don't give a fuck about any of that. This is 15 minutes. Palate cleanser. There's a fascinating trend. There, we're going to talk about, I need to change this because we're not going to be doing Zizek for a few minutes. Doop, boop, boo. Pop you over. Men are apparently quite sad. And German words. German words. Pop. Anyone here ever seen the TV show Boston Legal? Right? No? Boston Legal is a fucking pretty fantastic show. If you were into, one, you have to kind of be my age, first off. Anyone younger than that probably wouldn't have been into the specific shows that led up to it. Legal dramas was a big thing in the mid to late 90s. There was a ton of them, from semi-comedies, Ally McBeal and the like. Law and Order obviously was huge. But when I'm talking about like actual dramas about law firms, it was a huge thing. There was one called The Practice. Dylan McDermott was in it. Not Dermot Mulroney, Dylan McDermott. The show was fucking really interesting. It was like the ethics and people in the law practice trying to start a firm and what it's like. It was good. The creator of that show carried it through. And then a few seasons in, it started getting sort of up its own ass with like weird conversations about like just murderers that are going after the lawyers that they defended. Just got stupid. And the show fell off a cliff. And then they decided that they needed to bring in new blood, you could say. They brought in this character, Alan Shore. Alan Shore was played by James Spader. His character was so good. And what he did, he played a guy who was fired from his firm for embezzlement and lost all, but like was still super rich. Like this weird character. But James Spader, who's kind of an eccentric, but I appreciate eccentrics. His character was amazing, but it was so good that he basically took the last 2 seasons of the show for himself. He ended up going on, I'll never forget when he went on and he was interviewed by Jon Stewart. And Jon Stewart on The Daily Show, and he was like, I just got to let you know, Practice is one of my favorite shows of all time. Thank you for saving it. Because everyone knew he was the reason that the show wasn't canceled. People came back because he had this amazing character. Well, the show ended, and the creators of the show, it's David E. Kelley, who's prolific, created Boston Legal. Now, Boston Legal was very early 2000s, like style writing and everything, but it did a thing and it had a through line that was really unique. And David Kelley talked about this, and so did James Spader, as well as, sorry, my brain, James T. Kirk, 2 seconds. God damn it. William Shatner. I really like William Shatner for the most part. And Boston Legal had this weird thing that happened within the first episode where Alan Shore and Denny Crane, James Spader and William Shatner, their characters became fast friends. And then actually the show, well, it could be about anything, is actually about male friendship. It's not about homosexuality. It's not about them being romantic. It's about exploring what it means for men to be friends. And not friends in the way that men are, but like truly close and intimate in all the ways that are not romantic. And what made it really interesting is the 2 characters. Alan Shore is far more left-wingish human, anarchist if there is one, anti-government, everything. William Shatner's character is extreme right-wing, Bush-supporting, gun-toting guy. He like shoots multiple people in the show. And it's intended to be a push on, yes, positive masculinity. And there's a weird through line through it. I've recently been re-binging it. It has one of the best intros, maybe ever. I mean, again, I really appreciate an opening song, which sounds stupid, but it's really fascinating. 1 second. I was watching one earlier today, and this came up for me because it's, I find the story between them really, anyone who watched it, it became the thing. Because one of the challenges, especially early 2000s era, but I would say even now, is what does it mean for guys to be friends? Because that's a thing. Like, what does masculinity mean in terms of friendship? It's not romantic. It doesn't have to become homosexual, but intimacy with friends is a thing that men are very much not taught from an early age, that you're allowed to have that or that you're not allowed to. It's a broken thing. The show did an exceptional job with it all the way through to the end, where it's actually kind of a really wonderful, weird ending. And as they make their way through and they kind of, grow and change, the characters are great, but it deals with a really interesting sort of setup. Because again, there's a scene where Alan's got another friend and Denny's kind of jealous, and they're talking about what that means. Yeah, I'm just going to bring it up. I don't give a fuck. Like, what it means for men to have relationships is something that we don't talk about. And I think positive masculinity, the kind that is, I think Boston Legal, it is, again, early 2000s. So there's a lot of that time, but that thing, Waymond from Everything Everywhere All at Once, phenomenal example of like a positive, like soft masculinity or that kind of thing, I think is pretty fascinating. 2 seconds. I'll find the. Let's see. Let's see if this is the right one. I think this is it. They also have in the show, and it's a thing I very much love that David Kelly did, non-normative characters, multiple. And it doesn't treat them as freak shows. Some of the characters do, but that's actually part of it. And it actually shows how they grow and how people learn to deal with them and enable them and how they're actually are able to do things. It's really interesting and well set up. But there's a specific moment I wanted to see if I could find. One sec, sorry. Maybe I won't find it today. You just have to deal with me for a minute.
Previously on Boston.
No, come on. You just have to deal with me looking for a moment. Sorry, just one moment. The good news is I'll be able to edit this out later. Jay Spader's phenomenal in it.
Previously on Boston League.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
God damn it. Maybe it's not in this episode. I thought it was in this episode.
Different things. What are you?
Come on. Just deal with me 1 second, everyone. I'm apologizing.
You get yourself in a bit.
Is Bethany now?
No. Or the law like total.
It's not that one. Come on. I should have had this queued up. It's what I get for not doing that. I didn't know I'd be talking about this though, so what are you going to do? All right. Yep, this is it. All right. There we go. I can actually switch this around. Finally. I know you've been wrapped with attention and it's not going to ever pay off nearly as much as it could, but what can I say? This is Boston Legal. Again, thoroughly enjoyable show. I'm a big fan. And we'll just, again, not the best example in the world, but it's going to be the example I use for this. Come on. So, Alan Shore and Jerry Espenson is kind of the big setup here. And the way that they're going about their lives, again, Alan Shore, William Shatner, the characters are like best friends. And he's upset now. I'm a fan of it.
Contact with you devastated.
Closet Republican.
Come on. Where is it? No.
Good.
God damn it. God damn it. Was it not this episode? I feel terrible now. See, I'm just awful today. Here we go. So, here we go. Finally. So, Jerry Espenson, who's right there, exceptionally autistic, brilliant lawyer who has been turned down for partner so many times because he's awkward in court. Alan Shore, who's to the right there, has been helping him and teaching him how to talk to people, how to be a litigator in court. And they've had their successful case. They've won. And so they're out on the balcony and they're having a drink. They're doing the man thing. which is the point.
Risky, but I'm not sure we have any other choice.
Have you considered this Renee for last? Jerry, what's wrong?
Nothing,
Jerry.
when I was in law
Can I crank the volume? Oh, is it?
school,
Yes, one moment.
my dream wasn't so much the big trial as, well, I guess this. Having a drink at the end of the day with co-counsel. Battle weary, rehashing the day, discussing strategy, the whole socialization of lawyering that, well, till now I've never experienced. It's a rich feeling, whatever it is.
It's called friendship. To friendship, my colleague.
Right on my balcony?
Denny, it's not what you think.
I saw you. I heard you.
We were just talking. Oh, dear.
The soundtrack is also very good, by the way.
I never knew this.
It's one of the reasons why I so implicitly and immediately trusted you. I was drawn to your honesty.
Jerry, I think one of the reasons I'm drawn to you.
It's the running gag of the show, if you haven't set up. The joke is that Denny's jealous of this friendship. That's the joke. But other shows would be handled as just a sort of continuous thing. I adore the response here, and I adore how this was done and how, again, the example they show of a different type of masculinity. It's a good running joke, but they don't just leave it as a joke. They actually have what I think is an interesting ending.
Don't talk to me.
It's not like I went fishing with him.
And don't make fun of me. I don't know whether you know this. Not many men take the time every day to have a cigar, glass of scotch, to talk to their best friend. That's not something most men have.
No, it isn't.
What I give to you, what I share, I do with no one else. I like to think what you give to me, you do with nobody else. Now that may sound silly to you. But here's what I think is silly. The idea that jealousy or fidelity is reserved for romance. I always suspected that there was a connection between you and that man. That you got something you didn't get from me.
I probably do. But gosh, what I get from you, Denny. People walk around today calling everyone their best friend. The term doesn't have any real meaning anymore. Mere acquaintances are lavished with hugs and kisses upon a second or at most third meeting. Birthday cards get passed around offices so everybody can scribble a snippet of sentimentality for a colleague they barely met. And everyone just loves everyone. As a result, when you tell somebody you love them today, it isn't much heard. I love you, Denny. You are my best friend. I can't imagine going through life without you as my best friend. Not gonna kiss you, however.
So this is the whole show. The whole show is about their relationship and how it goes back and forth and where they're at and how they get through it. It's about because you don't see this shit in popular culture. You don't. Men do work together, or they do this together, or they're soldiers together. They don't have this. This is not a thing that exists meaningfully for any of this shit. It just isn't. You're free to let me know if you believe there's a lot of shows that do this shit. I ain't seen it, and I watch a fucking huge amount of goddamn television. A huge amount. Huge amount. But it's rare. Platonic soap opera. The ability to be close with people that isn't sexual, I think this is, and it's one of the other parts of the show is actually how they each come to learn over time that masculinity is also not, being unable to have friendships and relationships with the opposite sex. That friendship is actually an extraordinary thing in and of itself. It doesn't have to be purely sexual. These things don't have to be that. It's a phenomenally interesting show. Again, I think it's wonderful. And so as a straight guy, I don't understand why they couldn't have that scene with just a passing nod. Exactly. It's exactly that. That it's, we don't talk. It's fair. It's fair. That's the point of the show. And, Alan early on has night terrors. I suffer from night terrors, so I know how awful it is. And he needs someone to sleep with him at night to take care of him. And Denny does that. So they have this running joke where he's like, well, don't be mean to him. I sleep with him. It's like great little moments, but it's like, again, what does it mean to have relationships in general? What does it mean to be masculine or a man? And this is the reason to me why feminism is exceptionally important, because proper feminism isn't about just women. It's about understanding that we are all people. It's about returning us to the person and giving us these options. Masculinity and femininity both have fantastic sides to them. There's a toxicity to both, and masculinity has a huge problem with it. So this is going to be an interesting video to watch as a thing, because the idea of caring about men is something that is wild. I think Lynch did, Kamikaze, I feel like Lynch could have done something similar in Twin Peaks, but that show is sexed up. I actually think Lynch did a lot of that in Twin Peaks. It's more implied and it's not quite as expressive, but Lynch did the male friendship, the version of masculinity that was very different. Very different. Some of the best filmmakers have. And so if you need one, it's a funny show. And they're both of them are oversexed men in a lot of different ways that I think, they literally get into the reasons for it and their personal traumas. It's kind of a dark show in its own way, but it's very, very good. But let's give this video a watch and let's see, what we learn about how conservatives, feel about men.
But Laura, I got to tell you, this is also a big problem when it comes to, I think, declining birth rates, people not getting married and having children. That's a big problem. They blame it on women. Well, look at what young women have to choose from. The pickings are slim. Yes, we might have a feminism problem in America, but it's the feminization of men. There are a lot of young women out there that want to get married.
Isn't opposition to capitalism fundamentally at odds with Nietzschean philosophy? No. Opposition to capitalism has nothing to do with pity, first off. The opposition to capitalism is about the repression of will and how it controls will. Because it does. It controls the impetus and forces. and doesn't allow emergent behavior to overcome what it needs to overcome for our own betterment. On its basis, that's Nietzschean. I don't understand how that's the case, that it would be pity-based morality. Capitalism has nothing to do with... Opposition to capitalism does not have to be about pity of lesser people. It's a very strange way to look at it.
They want to have kids. They want to have stable families. But there are a lot of young men out there who want to live in mama's basement and order DoorDash.
Young men find themselves in a world where their money, their jobs, and their opportunities are stolen from them and handed out to women and minorities. Men.
Who gave me this video? I hate you.
Men are systematically discriminated against by schools, by colleges, by jobs, by DEI and affirmative action, and even by everyday people. If you complain about this...
I didn't pre-watch this. This is a reactionary against reactionaries. He's a reactionary monarchist. Let's do it.
You're stupid and evil. Everything wrong with the world is your fault, and anything good you do is only good insofar as it benefits women and minorities. What's the solution from conservatives? Just get married, bro. Then those same guys turn around and complain about their marriage and how...
He's a hopper. He's a hopperite. Ooh. Oh, I just saw the poster behind him. Oh, for fuck's sake. All right. All right. He doesn't read French, so this is not his book. Founding Father, River, oh my God, Empire of the Soul. Oh my God, he's got the Bhagavad Gita next to Plato. I adore that. What the fuck? Deep Green Resistance. He's a fucking loon. Who fucking posted this for me? Oh yeah, he's a loon. That's okay. I like loons. This is the kind of punching down I can be okay with. Hope you can too. The fucking Star Wars poster is something else too. Star Wars Yahoob. That's a whole fucking thing. That's a wild, what a wild, this is going to be something.
How they have no authority over their wives, and it's like, I wonder why young men don't want to get married. They must just be immature and selfish. Men are depressed and suicidal because they can't afford to buy homes and start families? Stop being so lazy. Put down the video games, get out of mommy's basement, and get back to work. Nobody stops to ask why men are stuck in their parents' basements. No. They're just lazy. Just like the left.
It's capitalism. That's the reason. It's the nature of the capitalism. I did see the Tao of Pooh, which, by the way, is actually a pretty good little book. I'm not going to give him shit for the Tao of Pooh. Tao of Pooh and the Tay of Piglet, pretty cute.
The right blames everything on men.
And how men are no longer men. I talked to my mom about this a lot, and she says, well, maybe it's just the guys in Texas.
God, Tommy Lahren had so much work done.
Maybe it's just the guys.
I mean, it's got to be difficult. Like, you get put on the show because, oh, look, we have a pretty young blonde who, lets Republicans imagine that you're their daughter. Because that's, again, Trump. It's what he talked about. If you haven't seen, there's video of Trump talking about Tiffany when she was 1 year old, saying that we don't know whether or not Tiffany has big boobs. He goes like this: we don't know what if she has this gene yet. 1-year-old daughter who's blonde. This is the people. So it's got to be difficult for Tommy to, like, you know, grow up and age and not be understanding of the fact that she's going to, and to know that her only sellability is that thing, and to continually push back into it. It's wild.
In Los Angeles. It is not just the guys in Los Angeles, Nashville, Dallas, and they're not any better in the Midwest. They, quite frankly, I think they're trash all over this country. And
I have a few friends who I really like, and women in LA, and they all would fly out of the city to, like, home, back where they grew up in the Midwest or East Coast, and they would spend a weekend or 3 or 4 day week dating, and then they'd come back to LA to work. Really common, actually.
The age range of about 20 to, I think, about 55, maybe even 60. A lot of men are trash. A lot of men don't know how to treat women. A lot of men don't know how to really, quite frankly, pull their heads out of the sand and pay.
It's time we accept the facts. Conservatives do not care about you. The Republican Party does not care about you.
Tommy Lahren saying that 20-year-old men are trash. She's 32. You should not know that at that age. I think if 35-year-old guys like 18-year-old girls are so fucking dumb, it's like, do you mean this from experience, or is it like I used to use the Doug Stanhope line? Hey, what's your major? If I hear that, I'm in the wrong bar.
They want to use you. They want to put you to work for the benefit of Israel, women, and old people.
Ooh, Zog posting early Zog posting. That's early Zog posting.
In that order, but they couldn't care less. Benefit of Israel, women, and old people in that order, but they couldn't care less if you're happy or fulfilled. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I am not a conservative. I am a futurist. What is conservatism fundamentally? It's the worship of the old, of tradition and the status quo. To some extent that's good. You need stability, but you also need energy and innovation. Conservatism always seeks to restrain young men.
You want to talk about the failure of the left? This young man is the failure of the left. There's no cohesive message. And he's literally screaming about how everything needs to change and how shit has never worked for us and it has to be different. And he's got no message that he can invest in. Is there one out there? Sure. I found it. Others have found it. Yes. But that's good for us. That's not good. We need more. That thing you just heard from him is him saying, I'm tired of the old. I'm not going back to the old. Fuck conservatism. I'm not calling myself conservatism because I don't ascribe to the status quo. That's something.
Because we have a Dionysian fire burning in our souls. We yearn to break free and conquer the world, to dream up inventions and explore new frontiers. Conservatives are scared of that, and to some extent, rightly so. They're very comfortable with the status quo, with their retirement plan and their social security check. And they're afraid that if young men rise to power, things will change very drastically. That's why they lecture you about the wisdom of tradition, Chesterton's fence. We've been doing it this way for 1,000 years. Surely there's a good reason. Yeah, maybe, or...
This is, again, Deleuze and Guattari in Anti-Oedipus. Our readings of Anti-Oedipus will be noon tomorrow. If you want to join live here, feel free. Subscribe here. Also join the Discord, discord.gg/DGQC. If you like what I'm doing, send a super chat. Hey, send a super chat. Push me forward. Make me watch some Matt McManus. And also you can give some memberships, but Patreon's the best way to do it. Patreon.com/DGQC. Support the readings. In Anti-Oedipus, one of the big thrusts of the book is that they're really building out the two ways. There's more than a few, but there are two big ways we find ourselves learning our place or what we're invested in socially. We have our unconscious investments and we have our preconscious interests. The reason for this is simple. Our unconscious investments is desire, the force of things that are working through us, finding itself in the world socially. We invest it immediately. We are the vehicle for that. And this happens not consciously. It's not even aware. It's our thrusts. It's our drives as a thing, libidinal desire. On the other hand, we have our preconscious interests like class, race, other things. These are what society has taught us or what we've learned as we've grown, that I'm a white, middle class, blah, 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 whatever the fuck, American, anything else. Everything else is in that second group. And if you consider these two, this is kind of the big point, that people might have a preconscious understanding of their class interest as working class, poor, minority. Sure. But their unconscious investments can be exceptionally reactionary. That's how you end up with Black Israelites. I mean, as a very simple, the entire idea of that's absurd, but you have that because they are aware of their class position. But class position doesn't mean anything. Their investments are in larger scale power structures that they can control. Conversely, you can have people who are absolutely aware of their class interests and see themselves as white, middle class, anything else, but that they have revolutionary capacities and they're up for changing everything. And you find people who want to change everything, but they see their interests where it is. And so all of that energy gets put into that. Trumpism, populism is that. It's a mixture of a whole bunch of things. It's a mixture of both reactionary and revolutionary capacities on the investment side, but it is an understanding of their position and interest as they go. And no one's mistaken about this. It's not a thing you get mistaken about. These are the ways we work. And again, it's not total. It's not, we're only one of two. There's a lot of different ways we invest, and it's more complicated than one-to-one, but this is the way to think about it. And here's a young man, like a lot of young people, who wants to change things, but he has absolutely no idea where to put any of that energy, put any of that investment, any of that interest, except for the spaces he's been given to do it.
Maybe there's not. Maybe there's a better way to do it. Innovation always means trying something new, going out on a limb, taking a risk. Biologically...
No, it doesn't, actually. Most of the largest innovations and biggest shifts were done by people who were not taking any risks at all. In fact, they had what you might call safety nets. I used to tell the story when I lived in LA. We were at the bottom of the hills. The Hollywood Hills is like where the sign is and everything. We lived, half a mile from the bottom, but we could see all these big homes. And one of them was this one house. And I'd point to it and I'd tell my son stories of the troll that lives in the house, largest house that you can see. And he made something that the world loved and made children happy. And he did it when he was able to take a relaxing break from life and he wasn't nervous about taking care of bills and food, that the government took care of him. People around him took care of him and enabled him that time. But as he grew and as he got money, as he made people happy, as he consolidated that wealth, slowly the troll started to believe that he had done it with nobody's help. And he started to forget all of those ways that people had helped him take care of himself. And eventually, when he had his billions of dollars and he bought the largest home you could ever see, he sits alone. No one visits him. And Marcus Persson, Notch, cries himself to sleep. The evil, angry little fucking troll who was originally the creator of Minecraft and did so on the government dole. Because that's the point. When you don't have to worry, you're able to not be stressed. You're able to take care of yourself. You're able to be in a place where you can do truly interesting work when you don't have to worry. That's how it always works. All the time. Desperation and worry is a bullshit thing that people tell, mostly told by people like Marcus who are liars and who talk about how much they suffered and how awful it was and how terrible everything was and how much they worked. And it's lies. The reality is they were stressed because they were doing something new, but they weren't doing it alone, and they certainly weren't doing it from a position of excessive poverty. But the lie they tell enables people like this to think that, oh yeah, that guy on the edge of the skyscraper, he's fucking innovating. When in reality, he's a worker who's going to die when he falls off that thing because no one gives a fuck about him and no one cares. This is the lie that they tell that people get invested in and interested in. It's bullshit. J.K. Rowling did this. Most people do this. It's bullshit. It's lies. There are examples, but also a lot of them are people who sort of wanted to do it. Jewel, great example. Fantastic singer. I love Jewel. I think she's great. And she was homeless, but it was kind of like by choice because she wanted to be in a certain area where there were places to play and she wanted to be the first there. So it's like, really? Just because you're not rich, it's tough. It's tough. A lot of people don't want to have that conversation for sure.
Risk is what young men do best. Oh, well, that's because of toxic masculinity that encourages men to take unnecessary risks and put themselves in harm's way, when the reality is none of those risks pay off in a way that is capitalistically advantageous. It's not how it works. It's not how it works. There's no examples of this. None. Shark Tank has fucking people are like, we're on the verge of losing everything. And it's like, yeah, we'll have to go live with my parents who have like $15 million and really bootstrap this whole thing. I quit my job and I live with my parents in their second home. It's just stupid bullshit lies. Because your brains haven't developed yet. You're just young and stupid and reckless. No, actually, taking risks is good. It's called courage. Every grand and noble achievement
It's not courage
in history has been done by ambitious, reckless young men taking.
See, great man theory fucking does this to you. Alexander the Great didn't take a lot of risks. His men in his army did, and they believed they were doing it for a great man. They died. A lot of them did. This is great man theory. It's bullshit. Also bullshit.
Risks. We have a Faustian drive to explore, to climb, seeking.
Faustian drive to explore. I do not think he knows what Faustian means. You have a drive due to being the devil? I actually can't even parse what that could mean. Does Faust? No, that's the story. It's terrible.
Ever higher and lonelier peaks. It's in our blood. It's in our testosterone.
No, it's not. It's actually not what testosterone does, generally speaking. Even excessive amounts of it. It's not like it's the opposite of what estrogen does. It makes people a little bit fucking wacky, but testosterone doesn't make people take greater chances. Not in that sense. That's not a thing.
To climb mountains, to build skyscrapers, to venture into outer space. Without young men taking quote-unquote stupid adolescent risks, we'd all still be living in huts. Go look it up. You'd be shocked how many great inventions were created by teenage boys.
It's an interesting survivorship bias sort of reality. Most of the major inventions that were done by teenage boys were done during times where people were dead by the time they were 30. So that hasn't been the case for a little bit either. Wild.
Revolver handguns, electric TVs, superhero comics.
How would you define who invented superhero comics? Like, Siegel and Schuster weren't teenagers, were they? Were Siegel and Schuster teenagers? I don't think. One sec, looking. Oh, 18 and 19 is still in high school. but wasn't published until 1938, 5 years later. So, Stan Lee was 19 when he started working at Marvel, but that's not the same thing. The youth of this is... It's fascinating, actually. Well, no, Yanni, he won't be mentioning that all of these people are Jews.
Water skis. The 6 richest companies in America were founded by guys in their 20s.
I mean, that's kind of... fascinating.
Don't get me wrong, there is virtue to caution.
This is not someone who understands how business works and really just doesn't understand that those companies weren't like innovative. That's not really the thing. And it wasn't those things that like they didn't, it's just really fuck, man.
But society vastly undervalues the male adolescent spirit. They treat it with this like condescension, like, oh, you'll grow out of it. You're just young and stupid. Like, no, maybe we're actually kind of cool. You know, maybe young men have something going for them. Yes, we do dangerous things. We climb towers. We explore caves. We talk to strangers. Is it risky? Sure. That's what makes it fun.
I watched Steve-O put a gas mask on that was connected to a clear pipe that they put a piece of shit in, and he vomited all over himself. So don't say white boys never did anything.
That is the ethos of White Boy Summer. Fundamentally, leftism and conservatism are both about controlling young men. The funniest example of this is scantily clad women. Now look, we're all Christians around here. We all understand that there's a limit and we need to be careful to avoid inappropriate content in media, right? But imagine you're watching Star Wars with your family and you get to that scene where Princess Leia is in a bikini and she's a slave at Jabba's palace. The two people who will be most offended are your religious grandma and your liberal pink-haired cousin. Grandma will say, this is inappropriate, it's encouraging lust. Your cousin will say, this is problematic, it's objectifying women. And the truth is, they're both saying the same thing. You'll notice that when a video game comes out with like, I don't know, elf women in bikinis or something like that, a lot of leftist women suddenly become 18th century Puritans. That's exploitative, stop sexualizing women. Because fundamentally, moralistic leftists and puritanical trads are both afraid of the male spirit. They both want...
No, stupid. And I'm gonna say you're stupid, and I don't think you'll grow out of it. Young men don't actually know that Princess Leia is intended to be deeply attractive unless they're prepped for that. In fact, you go spend like a day in a 24-hour strip club and see how little you care after the end of that. See how little you care about any of those things. Because all of that is literally about desensitization or sensitization, titillation, quite literally, where they just go, oh, look, you're not supposed to see these, but we're showing them to you. And that is it's perverse. And the perverse only works if there is a line to cross, if there is a perversion. When you don't have that, you don't have that. Go to the uncontacted tribes in Africa and open a strip club. Not, oh my, look, the breasts are out. Oh, really? Yeah, they are. They're over there too. Whatever. This is not just men being men. This is Western men who are repressed sexually being put in a position to be titillated by things they aren't supposed to be seeing, but might actually be seeing. And what both of those women actually understand is that this titillation wears off on young men, and it teaches them to be titillated and excited. Don't do that.
want to control it. That's why you see all these conservative woman influencers on Instagram lecturing men about the evils of pornography. And they're right, of course, it is bad, but you have to understand that these like trad wife influencers hate pornography for very different reasons than we hate it. I know you, Deborah. You don't actually care about the...
Easy take on porn. Don't overdo it. It shouldn't become everything, but understand that you got to clean out sometimes. Take care of yourself. Enjoy things. It's fine. Just don't let it get in your head, because it will. Like I just said, sensitization or desensitization is a serious thing. That's a human condition. If you watch the same shit over and over and you goon all fucking day like a weirdo, and then you make your way in over the course of years and years and years, daily doing this, you'll end up in a place that like fucked up porn is the only thing that works for you. Don't do that to yourself. Have more respect for yourself than that. But otherwise, don't do that. That's it. Don't let porn overwhelm the female spirit either.
The boys. You just want to stop your boyfriend from seeing women who are more attractive than you. You see it as competition. You hate porn because it objectifies women. I hate porn because it steals your powers of levitation. We are not the same. We saw...
Did he say he said that, right? Okay, we're going to go back.
Then we hate it. I know you, Deborah. You don't actually care about the boys. You just want to stop your boyfriend from seeing women who are more attractive than you. You see it as competition. You hate porn because it objectifies women. I hate porn because it steals your powers of levitation.
Okay. He did say that. You think he's memeing? I'm going to believe you that he's probably memeing, and I'm going to agree on that. The problem is that these people are fucking lunatics, and it's really hard to know exactly what he means because, again, Jakob.
We are not the same. We saw the same thing with the Hooters discourse. Both the tradcads and the leftists want to ban Hooters. Obviously, I don't approve of Hooters at all. I actually think it's extremely cringe and pathetic and frankly gross. But I'm not going to get all stern and moralistic and preachy over it. Conservatives will never understand feminism because they've bought the propaganda that feminists are sex positive. They're just hippies who want to have hookups and...
This is true. There's a truth to this. If you haven't run into a handful of some of the earlier feminists, this is true. There is a strain of feminism that still exists today that believes all penetrative sex is rape. So, that includes lesbian, by the way. So there's there isn't really a such thing as like feminism as a singular thing anymore, which makes it difficult again, but it's a real thing. So he's not wrong. There's a strain. And again, this goes not far from what we were watching earlier with Zizek and his point, actually, that one of the challenges we have is that and he's made this comment many times, being PC, politically correct, standing at a distance from the real lived lives of people. You don't use language that's harsh or brutal. And when you tend to, people pearl clutch, even on the left. They go, oh, how dare you say such a thing, when it's kind of, I don't know, there's commentary and some good notes where it's like you get a moment where you say something that, there are ways to make comments on race that can be extremely offensive, but also exceptionally poignant. I'm not encouraging anyone to do this here. They're contingent, weird moments. It exists. I've seen them happen. They're almost magical. But it happens because when you actually hit that note of brutal reality where you can't no one can really disagree with the point, it's like, well, yeah, you're hitting into something deeper, harder. And feminism needs to be doing the same thing. We need to be much more direct, much more brutal, rough, crass, vulgar, whatever it is when talking about these things. I agree generally with that. Boondocks is like the king of this. There are a handful of Boondocks episodes that are so difficult to watch as a white guy that they're wonderful. Like they're just so fucking spot on about so many things, and they kind of hurt to watch. I have friends who are black friends of mine who are like, there's a few episodes they go, yeah, that one I can't do that episode. It's a little too real. And that stuff and that feeling is solid shit. And I think that's where we need to be. Boondocks is also a huge mess. Hey, no, don't get me wrong. I'm not saying everything's always brilliant. Just that there are moments of it. There are moments. I recently watched. Boyega's in it. Jamie Foxx. They cloned Tyrone. If you haven't watched it, I'm not sure everyone will find it fucking hilarious. I thought it was fucking funny. I thought it was just the weirdest. Like, have you not? No, they cloned Tyrone. No. They Cloned Tyrone is a real movie, and it's fucking great. That scene was pretty fucking, this scene was pretty fucking great. Unexpected in ways I didn't, like, really just very good. It's just very good. And Jamie Foxx is great in it. I'm not a big Jamie Foxx fan generally. I think everyone in it's very, very good. But that is hitting, it digs in. And it does a lot of the surface stuff. Also weird cameos you don't expect at different points. Very, very good. And, but again, it hits deeper. It goes underneath. It is crude. It's vulgar. It is outwardly racist. But it's like, kind of hits a thing. There's a few shows that do this that I think do it very, very well. There's a few movies that do this well, and there's a few commentators that do this well. And I think that's the good stuff. I'm unpausing it for you, Astrid.
And threesomes every night. You'll notice that Zoomer Christian nationalist types always talk about feminism in terms of hookup culture. Bro, women invented feminism because they want casual sex with no emotional commitments.
No. Women invented that's fascinating.
Really? Is that what they want? Is that something women are known for? Not wanting emotional commitment? That's funny because it seems to me that casual sex with no commitment or emotion is what men want. Of course, there are some women who
so close, buddy.
Want that, but there's a reason that 76%
of look, as you're watching this, I know, trust me, Nazi. But do you hear the moments where it's like, well, fuck, one more step. Every time you think to yourself, fuck, one more step, buddy, understand that that's a failure on our part. Honestly.
Of Tinder users are men. There's a reason that, statistically, women are more likely to regret hookups and less likely to go back for more. The truth is, feminists really are not sexually permissive. They pretend to like hookup culture, but really, deep down, they correctly perceive that it turns women into objects for male enjoyment. And they deeply, deeply resent it. That's why they have so much violent, seething hatred for pickup artists and passport bros and the dreaded F-boys.
Yeah, I'm not saying Tarantino does this. I think Tarantino does this extremely well. He's the king of pastiche, but his commentary, I think, hits big. Look, two of my favorite films of his are blaxploitation takeoffs. Django Unchained is literally Django, which is a old spaghetti Western Italian film from the 60s. Like, that's the point. That's the point. Jackie Brown, it's Foxy Brown. Utilizing blaxploitation to add secondary commentary and sort of upend itself is the whole point. The original Django is very good. I agree. I thought Django Unchained was excellent. I think Hateful Eight is his masterpiece. I think I've said that before. But yeah, it's yeah.
That's why they hate Andrew Tate. Based? I'm a conservative Christian and I also hate Andrew Tate. I also hate...
You claim that he is pastiche. Please look at Daniel Tutt's video about it from a Jamesonian. He's literally pastiche. I don't know how you could say anything else. He said he knows he's pastiche. Does Daniel Tutt say the opposite? Oh, Once Upon a Time Hollywood. I haven't seen it yet. I know, it's weird, right? I've seen every other Tarantino film 1,000 times. I promised my wife I wouldn't watch it without her. And Heather hasn't been able to sit and watch it with me since it came out. We had tickets to go see it at Tarantino's Theater in LA during the premiere. And sadly, we're not able to because of other things.
Passport bros and F-boys because that's degenerate. Maybe the feminists are onto something. No, you're kind of...
Does Jameson say everything is essentially pastiche or just pastiche? Everything pastiche is the form of art of postmodern culture. So, yes, but the awareness of pastiche itself is part and parcel of it. And I think that's what Tarantino does exceptionally well. Oh, I've been to Tarantino's theater like 20, 30 fucking times. I missed that film there. I think I've seen all of his other movies there at one point or another. But we did see Hateful Eight at the Cinerama Dome in full 70 millimeter, which was fucking crazy.
Of completely missing the point. The reason feminists hate Andrew Tate and Passport Bros is because they want to control young men. They want to domesticate you. Obviously, I'm not endorsing hookup culture at all. I'm just saying that the
Passport Bros are I know a handful of Passport Bros who are just normal guys who just really love traveling, and they kind of work from everywhere. One of them doesn't even hook up. But yeah, the vast majority of them go to where they know that they have effectively colonial power when it comes to meeting women, and that they are special and exotic, and that their minor amount of money and celebrity for being a white guy or an American there is how they get laid. It's pathetic. Passport Bros are, and there's a lot of different versions of this, but generally speaking, Passport Bros are guys who go over to Southeast Asia primarily, but you see it also in the Eastern Bloc. A lot of Eastern Bloc Passport Bros. You don't see this in Africa. You don't see this in fucking Sweden. You don't see, like, there's specific areas you do see this, and they do it because they can have women there. And it's gross. It's gross. It's gross.
These women hate it for very different reasons than we do. They hate it because it's taking advantage of women. We hate it because it leads to STDs and fatherless children and social breakdown. Although,
I mean, I'm against those things too.
if we're being really honest, those problems...
Whereas, if you know anyone who does that, literally there is a law in both Canada and the United States, and also the UK, I believe, that the age of consent for citizens is global. A lot of people don't know this, But if you go elsewhere and you break the age of consent that's national, for the US, it's 18, by the way, especially if you're over 22. There's no Romeo and Juliet shit here. That carries back. Like, you can't go elsewhere to break the age of consent. It's global. So report them.
Are a lot more prevalent in certain classes that just can't quite seem to figure out how to use birth control.
Yes, that I've my friends in Southeast Asia have said the same thing. Losers back home is a great term for it, because they generally are. If you haven't watched like 90 Day Fiancé, it's those guys.
Or don't want to because they're...
How do you prove something like that, though? You say these guys went there and they went to this area and they had set, like, that's it. And then you're good. You can do it anonymously, I believe. Have fun.
Paid by welfare to breed like cockroaches. But hey, we believe in traditional...
Whoa. Sorry, that just, I felt the, my racism sense tingle on the back of my neck.
Although if we're being really honest, those problems are a lot more prevalent in certain classes that just can't quite seem to figure out how to use birth control. Or
like white people. Have you not been to Appalachia?
Or don't want to because they're paid by welfare to breed like cockroaches.
Let's just fucking... All right, that's it. That's all I can do. I overdosed in this fucking garbage. Fuck you. Don't recommend channel. Fuck you. Awful and gross. Eat shit. Piece of shit. Yeah.
Cholangitis. Cholangitis.
For those of you just joining, as part of my penance for my horrifying pronunciation of two deeply important words to Marx in my video on the dialectic, I have been doing this video about 3 minutes at a time, 2 minutes at a time, as I embarrass myself trying to pronounce German words. Hey, look. Enough people shit on me, James.
Erik Ölschlegel.
See, I missed that because I was
Erik
looking at you.
Ölschlegel.
God damn it.
Erik Ölschlegel.
Well
Die
done.
Würste. Die
Würste.
Die Würste.
Die Würste. Die Würste.
Beherbergen.
Beherbergen.
Yes.
Beherbergen.
If I get another one right, we'll skip and we'll move on.
Beherbergen.
Helmut Gürtel.
Helmut Göttel.
I even got the Ötel. So there we go. See, that was much faster. All right. The rise of postmodern conservatism. Fascinated. Postmodernism, by the way, is conservative and reactionary. If you didn't notice, if you haven't read where Jameson went, Jameson, who kind of coined the term and really built the idea of postmodernism with his books, he became excessively reactionary and kind of a fucking lunatic as he got older, and not someone who I would consider to be on the left. At all. So, Maddie, let's see how you're doing.
But you can also find sort of popular level articles and things that he's written on this sort of stuff, and other books on adjacent topics. Do you want to just give a brief background about yourself for people who might not have come across your work before?
Sure. First off, thanks a lot for having me on. It's great to be here. So right now, I'm a lecturer in political science at the University of Michigan.
How do I feel about post-structuralism? I'm just fine. It's not my thing. I don't think structuralism is interesting. Again, I tend to be someone who ascribes to what the work Deleuze and others have done, which kind of sidesteps the idea of structuralism and is more processed or programmatic or however you want to phrase it. Matt McManus is a Plastic Pills podcast member? No, don't poison the well by telling me these people like care about plastic pills. I don't need that.
Michigan. I've worked at a bunch of different places before. We can get into that if you want. But I wrote this book around 2018 was when people asked me to do it when I was living in Mexico and working at Tec de Monterrey.
So some things that have happened since then, I guess, are going to be kind of like relevant.
I do have to give a lot of credit to his bookshelves.
To the themes that you talk about in the book.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But for setting the background and kind of like, clarifying terms and things that I think are useful, maybe we can talk about, as you do in the book, postmodernism, neoliberalism, and conservatism first. So if we kind of go through those one by one, and you can kind of talk about how it is that you characterize those, because there's a lot of, disagreement and polysemy in the way that people use these words. So the first one then, postmodernism. I mean, what is postmodernism?
Sure. Well, this is an extremely contentious term, as you know. It's meant a lot of different things to different people. So I'll just go through a short list and then I'll describe what it means to me in the context of the book. So first off, for a lot of people, postmodernism just refers to an aesthetic style that started to become popular, depending on who you talk to, in the 1960s, 1970s, really became ascendant for quite a while through the 1980s and 1990s, and then started to dribble away, if you want, in the 2000s when people started to talk about us entering a postmodern age. Exactly the most graceful term, but there you go. And usually people said that what characterized postmodern art and cultural products was this emphasis on things like pastiche, right, incorporating a wide variety of different tropes and symbols and visual cues or literary cues from.
Well, August, if you do a machine and structure reading, what is structuralism? What is grounding? Deleuze has a lot of really fantastic setups.
Extremely different sources. This blending of high art and low art. So there's this kind of flatness to the kind of cultural sources upon which it drew. A conscious rejection of
I'm not sure if I agree with that.
Variety of different. There you go. And usually people said that what characterized postmodern art and cultural products was this emphasis on things like pastiche, right, incorporating a wide variety of different tropes and symbols and visual cues or literary cues from extremely different sources. This blending of high art and low art. So there was this kind of flatness to the kind of cultural sources upon which it drew. A conscious rejection of modernism, of course, modernism's emphasis on rationality and linearity, that kind of thing. That's not what I mean in the book, of course, but for people who are interested in that kind of thing, there's a bajillion books on postmodern.
There are a lot of books on postmodernism. May I recommend Bruno Latour's writing, We Were Never Modern, which is much more interesting.
Art that you can look at. Or if you want a really good example of a kind of postmodern novel, that's really very interesting. I'd really recommend Don DeLillo's White Noise. There's a movie that came out recently with Adam Driver that wasn't all that good, but that's just why it immediately came to mind, right? Then another way that people have understood postmodernism, and this is pretty much by and large the way that it's been understood on the right, is postmodernism is a kind of offensively French, hyper-skeptical, extremely dangerous school of critical theory, Marxist theory, philosophy, whatever it is that you want to call it, right? And different conservative authors have a variety of views on this, but the widespread consensus is that postmodern theorists like Foucault or Derrida, Deleuze isn't talked about as often, but sometimes he gets roped in there as well, where broadly speaking,
Deleuze is not postmodern.
Left, very, very critical of the kind of esteemed pillars of Western civilization, and constantly tried to lob.
I'm trying to figure out if he's trying to actually give a definition for postmodernism, or if what he's doing is he's stating it from the conservative position because he's talking about it in terms of how conservatism views postmodernism or sees postmodernism or utilizes it, the Jordan Petersons and the like.
Skeptical arguments at them in order to demonstrate how Western civilizations were pretty much defined by relations of oppressor-oppressed or relations of domination. And postmodern theory was a kind of intellectual weapon to overcome a lot of those things. And to be clear, there is definitely a distinctively postmodern turn in elements of continental philosophy. It doesn't often have the characteristics that a lot of people on the right project onto it, but it does have some of them, and we can talk about that if you want. But the main way that I understand postmodernism in the book is as what's sometimes called a cultural condition, which is actually in many ways the way that many of these people defined it anyway. And what's meant by that is that postmodernism is a kind of...
The title of the book, called Postmodernism, The Cultural Logic of Late Capitalism, might give a hint.
Attitude or cultural disposition that can be reflected in a wide array of different areas: philosophy, politics, art, etc. But what kind of unifies them, qua leotard, is this skepticism towards grand or meta narratives, right? This idea that there's a kind of unified framework into which, through which we can filter and understand the world. And in my book, what I argue is this account is, to a certain extent, right, but it doesn't account for how it is that people can try to assemble new kinds of grand narratives out of bits and pieces of the kind of existing grand narratives that existed prior to postmodernity. And this is an argument that you see mostly articulated.
All right, so it seems that what he's doing is he's trying to construct a cohesive understanding and narrative around how conservatives view and reactionary thought deals with postmodern conditions, cultural things, or commentary. I'm going to be a big stick in the mud here. I would need an argument first why you believe that these people are cohesively interested or are coherent overall. Because I don't believe they are. They're fascists. They are reactionaries. They do not have cohesive, long-standing, principled takes on things. They don't give a shit about that. They respond. They react. They steal parts and they move with it. I'm going to have a very difficult time to talk about a real genealogy of reactionary thought if that's what he's doing.
Articulated by Marxist writers, interestingly enough. That's why I said, the right kind of right characterization of postmodern theory is so often mistaken, right? People like Frederick Jameson, Mark Fisher, Terry Eagleton, Dave Harvey all wrote about postmodernity as a cultural condition brought about by primarily late capitalism, but other factors as well. And for the most part, they're uniformly critical of it for all the reasons that you might expect coming from Marxists.
So in terms of thinking about it from that other angle, like sort of as a philosophical theory or a philosophical school or something, of course, not many people sort of self-identify as postmodernists. Are there any characteristics that you think are useful, to kind of keep in mind there? So you said a kind of skepticism to meta-narratives. I guess in my own thinking, it's been like an interest in historical influences or etymology of language and stuff like that. What sort of themes, characterize the kind of content of thinkers that might be considered postmodern?
Absolutely. Well, this is going to sound kind of pretentiously academic, because it is.
Sure.
But it's important to note that, like any other school of thought or any other tradition of thought, postmodern authors very often disagreed with one another.
I would need to know who considered themselves postmodern amongst those thinkers. This is I'm having a lot of issues already in what this is setting up and how. Who is this digital gnosis? Philosophy of mathematics. Mathematics. I'm not seeing... Is this it? I can't even tell if this is it. What the fuck? Let's find out. One sec. You might get a little echo for a second. Let's see. Philosophy, religion, and politics. Whew. That is going to be a challenge, buddy. I am
about an enormous number of things. So it's very, very dangerous to kind of paint them all with the same brush. Nonetheless, a lot of these figures, particularly in France, kind of emerged during what's called the 68 generation, right? This kind of revolutionary period in France where it almost looked like the students were going to seize control of Paris, overthrow the de Gaulle government, and install, if not a Marxist government, at least a socialist government, right? It's the 60s, right? There's a very, very kind of a new left time. And because of the failure of 68, amongst other things, many of these authors came to reject or at least be skeptical of things like Marxism and socialism, while nonetheless still wanting to carry on a kind of leftist agitation. And what's very interesting about them is I
already said I don't comment on Acid Horizon.
Very often what they decided to draw upon for inspiration weren't the kind of classical canon of left-wing thinkers. People like Marx, Thomas Paine, that kind of thing. Instead, they drew...
Yeah, this is a very interesting discussion of what May 68 was. I don't think a large number of these thinkers were necessarily, oh, good, a Marxist government gets to be installed or a socialist government. I think it was straight up revolution failure. No, you're good, not so Oedipus. I'm just letting you know. You're like the fifth person in chat to mention it, so I was sorry if I was curt. May 68 was just about change, revolution. And then it failed because of a very minor shifts and suddenly nothing. That's the big deal. It wasn't, they were like, oh, we're skeptical of socialism now. No, it made them skeptical of what revolution was or how the fervor worked. Like specifically Derrida, for example, or Foucault, Deleuze for sure wrote about that.
Very heavily on what we might call reactionary or even hyper-reactionary thinkers like Martin Heidegger. Friedrich Nietzsche was an enormous influence.
Nietzsche is not reactionary. It's gross. Heidegger, utilized by reactionaries quite a bit. I've read works, I've been in readings and discussions with Heidegger scholars who actually have done a good amount of work, not to rehabilitate him, fuck the guy, but his ideas, they consider to be very interesting and emancipatory. Then it's a really weird way to set both of those up to me. That's a very interesting way to set both of those up.
And for instance, Derrida was hugely influenced by Heidegger, right? Foucault once overtly described himself as a Nietzschean. You get the idea, right? And what kind of what inspiration they drew from this was this extremely skeptical attitude towards anything that presented itself as offering a teleological vision of history or teleological vision of progress. And that's true of, for instance, liberalism. It's also true of Marxism, right? Many liberals and many Marxists held that if you understand history properly, what you see is the kind of spread of rationality, the development.
We're 8 minutes in and his thesis already is falling apart. I have a lot of issues with it.
Of forces of production and economic relations that are going to be ever more capable of gratifying human needs. And also, political institutions are becoming more free, more equal, etc. Rather like Nietzsche and Heidegger, a lot of the postmodern authors said, no, that's actually not the case, right? Just to give, two quick examples. In Michel Foucault's classic book, Discipline and Punish, he argues that there's this kind of snobbish attitude that many liberals especially take around issues of punishment and crime. And the idea is, once upon a time, we did barbaric things like torture people, execute them in public. We no longer do that. We've become more humane and we've become a more compassionate society. And Foucault's response to that is to say, well, no, hold on, right? Yes, it is the case that in earlier periods of human history, we would brutally torture and execute people in public, right? Discipline and punish opens with this really ghastly scene of attempted regicide being torn apart by his limbs, right? But Foucault says, starting in the 19th century, what we started to do instead was, rather than punishing the body, we began to punish the soul of human beings by trying to remake them into ever more efficient cogs in the giant industrial economy that was emerging. And what you start to see is the growth of a prison industrial system in developing or developed countries like the United Kingdom, France, the USA, etc., that was far more vast than anything that existed before. What contemporary Foucauldians would point out is that while, for instance, the torture of the odd regicide in the medieval ages was a horrible thing, it was very infrequently carried out, right? You didn't exactly see these kind of spectacular executions being carried out en masse. By contrast, in a country like, say, the United States, the land of the free, by the end of the 1990s, there were more people in jail in the United States than there were in the Soviet Union, right? Millions upon millions upon millions. And Foucault's intimation from that would be to say, is this really progress, right? Doesn't really look like.
Foucault is not my primary area of study or passion, but I do like The Order of Things. I think it's his best work, and Discipline and Punish is really important to read. This is an incorrect way to communicate what Foucault is trying to get across. In a pretty seriously fundamental way that I kind of just don't know if I'm wanting to continue on. So Matt just talked about how, but we have so many prisons now. And it's like, wait, the whole point of Discipline and Punish is not to compare us to then. The whole point is it's a genealogical study of discipline and punishment and how it shifted over time and how it works and how today we may have jails, but jails aren't it. The whole point is that schools, hospitals, bureaucracies, the DMV, fucking name a fucking building as a thing. This is the point. These are the disciplinary institutions that are built that sort of Foucault's going for. Like, that's the whole point, is that things like this are historically contingent. It's not to compare now to then to say, oh, things are slightly better or worse. It's different. It's different. There's no better or worse. This is not a binary for Foucault. For him, the whole point was to talk about how power and control are dealt with over time and how they've shifted. That's a problem. That's a challenge for me. That's weird.
If anything, the state has gotten more intrusive, more involved in people's lives, et cetera, et cetera. And aligned with this is a critique of the kind of modes of thought that lead to the development of this prison industrial system. Although the relationship between the practice of discipline and the modes of thought or the discourses underpinning it, it's very complicated in his work. And then just to give one other quick example, you have people like, excuse me.
That's right.
Richard Rorty, right? So Richard Rorty was a quintessentially American figure, broadly speaking, on the American left, right? Sometimes called himself a socialist, sometimes just called himself a very liberal kind of guy, pretty indifferent to all those things. And that's kind of the point, right? And what Rorty argued from Philosophy and the Mere Nature forward is, look, we have very long in the Western world tried to place both our epistemologies and our understandings of morality on a firm kind of foundation. In epistemology, he sometimes referred to this as a kind of Archimedean point, right?
Yeah, right now I can just see him like bleeding out of his nose, just staring.
Where we say, this is the kind of foundation upon which I'm going to build my theory of knowledge. And then, I'm just going to move upwards from there. This is true of Cartesianism, empiricism, et cetera, et cetera. In the same way, moral theories will say, I'm going to start my moral philosophy from the basis that maximizing happiness is what we should do, or following rules, deontic rules, is what we should do. And then everything else kind of flows from that. And Rorty's argument is really there's just no good arguments for these kinds of things. If you interrogate them closely enough, and he was very inspired by people like Heidegger and Wittgenstein on this point, you realize that the kind of foundations that we think that we're standing on are just air, right? They kind of evaporate when subjected to a sufficiently skeptical kind of philosophical scrutiny. And what made Rorty interesting, if you want, as he said, really morality and knowledge don't need these foundations, right? What matters is less that we have a kind of Archimedean point upon which to build knowledge, or a capital T true foundation for morality, and more that these ideas just kind of work. They're part of our public culture, whether that's a scientific culture.
This is it's fine. It's just not fucking interesting. Oh, he gets into Demastra. Oh God. This is okay. So he's literally trying to build a.
If you think there's any kind of a positive vision for postmodern conservatism that isn't, going to be as negative as some of the things that we'll talk about as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to add, there are people on the right who have identified as postmodern conservatives. Probably the most preeminent figure that I can think of in this regard was a Catholic author called Peter Lawler, who wrote some very interesting books like Postmodernism Rightly Understood in the 1990s. And what he argued is, look, modernity has been an unrequited disaster for people who want to gain the sense of stability in their life. Why? Because one of the problems with liberalism is that it induces this kind of relativistic attitude about things. He thinks that liberalism is the kind of relativistic creed, because it says, look, you shouldn't rely upon tradition or religion in order to sort out your sense of who it is that you are. You should instead define that for yourself, right? Engage in what some people call a kind of expressive individualism or self-creation.
This is fucking, I can't, I don't care. I don't care about any of this. This is, what the fuck's the point of this? What are you trying to do and trying to say? What's the fucking deal here? So you're trying to trace a genealogy for postmodern conservatism in a singular narrative that gives them cohesion when they have none. For what? This is terrible.
Are the same thing. Future has disappeared.
Into contradiction and snake handling over.
Focuses on Ljubljana school. I'm researching the differences and similarities between these two schools of thought.
Oh, this is the Dangerous Maybe. Dangerous Maybe has interesting takes on Anti-Oedipus. I wholly disagree with a large amount of it, but it's at least something. So I'll give
for their support with a very, very special guest to discuss a very special topic. Today, Nick Land has joined us to discuss the numogram. And for anybody who is familiar with Nick's work or the CCRU's work, you know that the numogram is something very central to the project of the CCRU. And it's continued to be a huge influence on Nick's work ever since. And yet, much of the numogram, what it is, what's its significance, very much is...
This is a guy right here at the bottom, Nick Land, who people talk about as being like the visionary. Just look at him. Why is he so green? Why are all of them so green?
Shrouded in mystery. And it's been that way for ever since the CCRU received it.
That's how you know it's good.
But Nick is here to do something very special. He's going to unpack the numogram. He's going to give us a basic introduction to it and just share some of the core insights and meanings that he's gotten from it, and ultimately what the whole thing with the numogram is all about. So
I'm going to be very upfront. I am familiar with the numogram, and this is when you can start talking to yourself about how a man has absolute brain rot. This is going to be fascinating because this is someone who has no philosophical shit left in their brain. This is absolutely Absolutely someone who is just rotting inside of his own head and, fully fucking dysfunctional. It's a really, really wild thing.
It's a very special conversation because there's a lot of people who are interested in the numogram and have been for a long time and have always wanted to see Nick discuss it in detail. And so
I actually have too. That's one of the reasons we're doing this. It's awful because, again, Nick Land is mostly useless. His early writings had promise. He didn't actually come up with anything interesting, but his early writings were interesting. But then they really weren't. And there's like a lot of really dumb shit that is like, because people don't understand Deleuze, he uses Deleuze as the springboard. He doesn't understand Deleuze. He really doesn't understand Deleuze. And he brings in Bataille. Maybe he understands Bataille. I mean, I won't pretend to know Bataille well enough to say he doesn't know Bataille, but he takes quotes from Bataille that I think are exceptionally weird and out of context for what they are. And he runs in a very strange direction with all of this to a point where he fundamentally just shows he does not understand what immanent means at all.
Oh, the wait is over. Here we are. And so, Nick, thanks for joining us. Great to have you here, especially to talk about something that so many people have been fascinated with ever since it flooded into the world from the outside. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Yes, it's great to be back. Thank you guys for the invitation. And
it is just a shitty Kabbalah. Absolutely. It's, he basically learned about Kabbalah and like Lacan's Borromean knots and other shit, and like took a lot of meth and then woke up the next morning with these doodles and tried to explain it with hexadecimal wizardry. He's going to use the terms decimal and wizardry together in a sentence, unironically. Guaranteed. Wizardry.
And obviously my hope
or sorcery.
Is that
sorcery?
By the time we
maybe
finish
wizardry.
Here, it doesn't seem to you that I am hoarding some secret knowledge about the numogram and for perverse reasons refusing to share. So, I mean, I expect, any level of excruciating patient interrogation that you think is required to avoid that notion that there's something being
It looks like Lex Luthor with stage 3 cancer.
Held back here. I mean, literally everything that I can say about it, I'm hoping to say about it.
Fantastic. Nance, what are you thinking?
That's amazing. I mean, this week, Mikey, we've been, studying and getting prepared and talking about,
I don't care about either of these guys.
The madness that comes on when you've been staring at this diagram. Looking forward to hopefully it all.
Is basically just start with the simplest of questions. Nick, what is the numogram? What makes up its core mathematical relations? And I guess we should start with that.
Okay. So, I mean, as I was saying a little bit before we came on, I've got two parallel sets of notes about this to try and orchestrate things. And the most recent one, I think, is the most coherent. I'm going to try and stick with it. And it's like my best attempt to go through this in an order.
How you know something's true is that someone can't explain it. Or that I have two ways of explaining it. I'm not sure either one is coherent.
Order that proceeds step by step in an intelligible way.
I always used to joke that the numogram is ovaries with a dick, because that's what it looks like to me. It looks like someone just mashed like the two anatomies together and like drew circles on it.
I think that the sequence is as coherent as I kind of made it in terms of
Let's do it,
topics.
Nick. Come on, Nick.
And actually, I thought that the best starting point, it will, partly because it leaves a number of paths shooting off that we're not going to be able to follow all of them, but we're going to see where they come from, is actually the very simple little diagram that the CCIU had deep down in the 1990s that we called the Barker spiral. And I've been promised that this will appear and be graphically evident to people.
Yes, we'll do that in post.
But I'll still try and just talk through a little bit. Because what is important about the Barker spiral is the fact that it joins together two sides, two various attempts to compute decimal numeracy. And back in the CCIU days, very much, I think, we went on a particular slightly schlocky narrative with this.
Really? You know, a really great way to prove you understood Deleuze is to make everything about numbers, which are, as he talks about, particularly abstractions and transcendent elements. But decimal numeracy, Christ. Just Christ. It's like the most transcendent garbage that there is. It's so, just every part of this is so fucking stupid. But I want him to say something.
Quite influential, on which I've stepped back a little bit. Because one side of the Barker spiral, which connects the decimal numerals to some on each side to 10, is what we called Atlantean. And I'll explain.
This, people think, is brilliant. This, people today go, wow, so insightful. Yay, such philosophy. It's 09182736645. Don't you understand? Oh, there was a person that joined. We've had a lot of them join our Discord. I'm going to use the restroom. Once again, we're going to do let's see. We'll do another Whitest Kids You Know sketch. Mm-hmm. 2 seconds. There, we'll do this one. This will be fun.
Okay, we've got 2 down.
Back in a moment.
Let's move on to the third one. Ma. 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 March. 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 Marchuary. That worked for the first two, but let's try something different.
March.
March.
I will meet you on March the 12th.
I would like to eat a hamburger in March.
My birthday is March 1st. March 93rd is my favorite day of the year.
Okay, we're moving at a good clip. Now let's do the fourth one. Voodoo. Voodoo.
Black. Gore. December. December.
December. Sure.
I like it, but it's more of a closer. Because it's so good. Okay. All right, still trying to think of the fourth one. Still thinking of number 4.
Californication.
Still thinking of number 4.
April.
Ooh, April.
April. I will meet you on April the 12th.
I hear the flood happened in April.
April 11th. Never forget. I want my birthday to be in April. On the 93rd. My birthday is on April 93rd.
I know we already agreed that each month would only have 30 days.
No, we agreed that each month would be 31 days.
No, it was 30.
31.
All right, fine. Some months will have 30 days, and some months will have 31.
Except for my month, February.
What?
February will have 28 days.
See, I bet you none of you guessed. None of you thought that the Whitest Kids You Know had a sketch about the CCRU. That's literally what this, like, all of them. I've appreciated some of their writing since, but generally speaking, none of them created a real fucking idea or concept that can be used in any meaningful way. And that includes Mark Fisher, who absolutely sucked. Sorry. He sucked. My tolerance for dealing with Mark Fisher has just fucking gone down the shitter.
Say a little bit more about that in a second. And the other side, which sums the decimal numerals to make 9,
By the way, as we're watching this and listening, you should absolutely think of that Whitest Kids You Know sketch as if he's doing that. Because I do. Did Sadie ever written? None of them ever wrote anything good. There's not really. There's like, I would say there's things that are okay that I will accept some people like. It's fine. But Mark Fisher didn't, and Nick Land didn't, and they're the ones people know.
We called Lemurian. And
oh God,
I think that what's going on in that option, it's a certain attempt, a very crude. I think attempt is maybe not right, because at the time it's.
All right, so again, Atlantean and Lemurian. I always thought it was Lemurian, because like lemur. Yes, he said Lemuria. Correct. Because they're serious philosophers. They're serious philosophers.
Something much hazier than that, to try and just get a very clear diagrammatic sense of the crisis of.
This may have been cool before I was born, but it's not now. There are people now who swear by this shit. I got you, Astrid. You fucked around too much. That's what you get.
Of adoption of decimal numeracy in Europe, and we'll come
decimal
back to
numeracy,
so,
which is not what that means. Decimal numeracy is the ability to understand and grasp decimals, like the way that literacy means about reading. Numeracy is about numbers and mathematics. Decimal numeracy is, they mean it like necromancy. Get it? Are the cute? Yes, they're all CCRU people too. Yes.
But there's these two things, Atlantis and Lemuria, AL. I think that's Crowley's AL, and AL is the kind of.
Don't fucking do acid this much, kids. Drugs are fun. Don't get me wrong. But don't do this much. See, this is Nick Land. Remember how I said earlier about porn? Like, porn's fine. Moderation is deeply important. And that's probably porn and drugs. In fact, think of a vice and just look at Nick Land, this guy right here in the bottom middle, and realize this could be you.
his great Kabbalistic key. It's constant between Hebrew, Greek, and then the CCRU and glossic Kabbalah. In each case, it adds to 31.
Oh. Of course. Also, Fox 31 was my channel in Denver for Fox. Channel 31, Fox 31. That's where I first watched The Simpsons. Just letting you know.
Okay, I'm going to definitely try and engineer a pause in just one more stage just before really running with it. So I just a very little bit about the Atlantean side of this.
Did people take... See, again, Curtis Yarvin and Nick Land, when you say that, people like go, well, you know, they are thinkers. No, they're not. They are not serious philosophers in any meaning of the goddamn word. And people who follow them are sad. It's sad. Can you imagine hearing this and not going, yeah, hey, do you have someone who cares about you? Can I call someone? Do you want some food? If that's not your response, and instead your response is, well, this guy seems to have his shit together. I probably should listen to him for everything I'm doing with my life. Think about it. Oh, Terrence Howard versus Nick Land would be fucking fire. Oh, shit. I want to raise money to do that. Can we raise money to do that? Oh, God. Moderated by... Which is the mathematic brother? Oh, God. Brett Weinstein. Moderated by Brett. Nick Land versus Terrence. Eric Weinstein, thank you. Those three, I want that. And then we just do it. And then we just let a lot of carbon monoxide in the room, seal the doors, and walk away.
So on the Atlantean side, as I say, all the numbers are connected to make 10 each time. Because of the fact that if you
0 and 9 don't make 10. Starts with 0. 0 and 9 don't make 10. By the way, I know what he's saying. He means 0, 9, and then 1, and then 2, and then 8, and then... But it starts with 0, you fucking jackass.
If you have even numbers, it's not neat. It's much neater, as we'll see. Generally much neater on the Lemurian side. You have a dot in the middle, which is 5 and 5. 5 and 5 makes 10, obviously.
Yeah, 5 and 5. That's why there's only one 5. But it's 5 and 5. That's why the dot's in the middle. The dot you can't see that's actually not a dot. It's just in the middle. So it's 5 and 5, but it's only once there. Because I'm not a mental patient.
But it doesn't give you anything neat.
People
if
listen
you
to
turn
him.
it on its side, it's very much the same... sorry, just 1 second. So just do it a little...
1 second, I have to go snort some speed so I can keep up this sinister psychotic shit. Nick Land has so many disagreements with Terrence. We just have to set it up correctly. That would be amazing.
Sorry about this interruption. Yes. Yeah. It's the same shape as a menorah. I.e., you have a central candle, and then you have a
menorah? What? What the fuck? All right. Okay, wait. I'm just gonna... Can I rotate this? I just want to rotate it real quick. There, rotate. We'll do... It's a menorah. It's a menorah? Now it's upside down. I don't. We're gonna let him go.
Yeah, it's the same shape as a menorah. I.e., you have a central candle, and then you have a set of expanding rings, each like leading to 2 points, which are candles on this. So actually, there's quite a lot of Jewish sort of esoteric symbolism that
I hadn't heard this one. Okay. I am amazed by this. Menorahs have 10 candles, I guess, but it sort of looks like a menorah when you turn it on its side and you say stuff. And what the fuck, dude?
will echo at certain points in this. This is definitely one of them. If
the Jews know everything,
you put a mirror down the center of the Barker spiral, so you mirror the Atlantean side, you get a series of concentric circles with a dot in the center.
Yes, when you have I have not actually heard him talk about this. I've read this shit. I did not know he was this fucked up. I didn't know he was this fucked up. So when you take a spiral and you put a mirror on it, it makes circles. There we go. Right?
Now, the concentric circles are extremely interesting for a number of reasons.
They're not.
I'm going to be like fast forwarding us to the Renaissance, where everything really gets started. And just recently, I've been like on an amazing Italy tour, seeing a lot of Renaissance art and seeing this repeated visual icon of Renaissance or medieval cosmogony, which is a vast set of concentric circles. You know, the whole notion of the universe, which was obviously is geocentric, relatively small structure by our modern terms, was conceived as a set of concentric circles. Earth in the middle, then you go through the elements, it goes water, air, fire, then you're onto the planets.
I didn't know he was this fucking gone. I've made jokes about this, but now I'm like depressed. Is he fucking, he is fucking wacko. This is not a serious person. This is one of the things Deleuze and Guattari talk about a great deal for the schizo, which is actually autism mostly, but also schizophrenia, is the way in which people link symbols without any emergent libidinal desire or life within it. But they link symbols, and they're able to do that endlessly. You can do it endlessly. This is fucking crazy shit, and it's kind of, I didn't know he was literally the best way to just say, oh, this is what Deleuze is talking about.
So it goes Moon, Mercury, Venus, boom, 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 through to Saturn at the end. Then the zodiac, they say the fixed stars, the celestial spheres, and you're in then these Empyrean realms
I'm having some Cheez-Its.
Religious thought. So that is the basic diagram of the kind of scholastic tradition of the old tradition that is feeding into the Renaissance, and that is the mode of thinking that even in a very hazy, cloudy way, even back in the 1990s, the CCIU was trying to capture in its notion of what is Atlantean, what is the architectonic order of the eschaton.
This is awful. I am going to stop saying Nick Land used to have interesting ideas. If underground theory invited me to clarify misconceptions about Deleuze and Guattari on their streams, would I accept it? Sure. I'd have to have some to go off of. I'd have to have something to go off of, but it'd be a fun conversation. Again, look, Dangerous Maybe as a blog, Medium blog, I believe, that goes through, and I enjoy reading misreadings, because I think what they do is, for me, they give me other perspectives on the same text and force me again to ramify my own understandings, to build out the logic of why I believe a certain thing. But it also gives me a secondary perspective to add color to what I'm understanding of a thing, or even alternatively push it in a whole different way. Bad readings of Deleuze are all right, as long as a person is trying to read Deleuze. I mean this for almost every philosopher. A bad reading of Nietzsche or Plato is more valuable than someone just by rote memorizing a Wikipedia page and getting it right. A bad reading from a person is much better. But them being in a position of teaching, that's the danger. And they should not do that. I've been on Fox News more times than I've done streams. I'm not joking when I say that. That's a real sentence. It's a weird world, right?
It's a series of concentric circles radiating out from a central point. And it's Atlantean because...
Oh no, don't watch those. It comes from a depressing, awful era of my life. It's all, Columbine stuff, gun control advocacy, anti-bullying legislation, political activity. There was a couple producers at Fox who were fantastic people. And Shep Smith would have me on his show fairly often. So it's kind of an interesting and fascinating sort of thing. It's a, let me see. I actually have, do you want the really sad story about the whole thing? Let's see if I can show you. Yeah, this will be interesting, because I know my visit to Eric was here. You're going to be like, what the fuck, Brooks? I'll be like, yeah, no, this really happened. So here's me in Shep Smith's studio. Like, I'm not joking when I say this. This is real shit. That's me in Shep Smith's studio. And here's me with Eric Spinato, who is a producer with Fox News, who I got to know really well. Really good guy. We became actually friends, like pretty close. He was a good dude. One day I woke up about, I don't know, February to March, I think it was into February of 2020, to the front page of Reddit with a laughing story about how a producer at Fox News had died from COVID and how hilarious it was. It was Eric. He was a healthy guy. He wasn't anti-vax or anything like that. He was a producer at Fox News. Before that, Fox Business. Before that, CNBC. He'd 25, 30 fucking years in television, working his ass off. Very good dude. Genuinely good dude. He was one of the few producers from my early days of Columbine who actually would just randomly call just to make sure I was okay. Like, just like, hey, there's a shooting today. I just wanted to call. Are you doing all right? I don't want you on the show. I'm not asking you, but I want to know, are you doing all right? He was a really good dude. He gave me a bunch of Trump's ties. which is like one of the weirdest keepsakes I have from someone because I don't wear ties. But the last time I was visiting was about 4 months before he passed. And Trump had been in there and had handed out apparently a bunch of ties that he had gotten as gifts and gave Shep a bunch and others, I guess. And he gave me a bunch of Trump's ties because he didn't want them. And I was like, I'll fucking take Trump's ties. That'll be a story. It's weird world. But yeah, so I got to learn about his death as a joke on Reddit, and everyone laughed. Social media is wonderful. Life's weird though, isn't it? I have a lot of weird little sentences like that are really fun to throw at people. It's like, what the fuck? What the fuck, Brooks? It's like, yeah.
It's the model play in Plato's Critias, which is by far the richest source of Atlantean material feeding into the Western tradition.
I don't even understand. I have so many questions. Like, okay, we're gonna do a survey because I want to know. This is my question. Is he being metaphorical or is he being serious? By this, I mean, when he says Atlantean versus other thing, is he using it as a, oh, I did that poll wrong. Yes means, is he being real? Is he being real? Yes. Is he being, yeah. Ah, fuck. I fucked the poll up. That's what I get. God damn it. I fucked the poll up. Let me restart it. Is he serious about Atlantis being real? That's actually the question that I want to know. Is he serious about Atlantis being real? Does he think Atlantis was real, or is he being metaphorical? That's the question. I can't tell, and I need you to tell me. Because if he's using it metaphorically, one, that's a really weird thing to do if you're going to pretend to be in the Deleuzian tradition of things. Bad idea. I'm overthinking this. I don't think it's possible to over or underthink this. One, if you overthink it, it's hilarious. If you underthink it, I mean, if I was high as shit right now, this would be awesome. He's being literal. I think he's being literal too. But we'll see.
This is how Atlantis is conceived. It's conceived as a concentric system, basically, or the primary description of it is as a concentric system consisting of perfectly circular canals and bits of land between them and a central point in Atlantis, a central island. And even more significantly, it begins with a marriage of Poseidon and Cleito. And it says of Poseidon that
Jung did talk about this, but Jung was not talking about it being like, here, let me try it. There's a fulcrum. There's a mountain people climb. Okay? And there's no standing at the top. It's not how it works. On one side is lost knowledge of the ancients, mud flood theory shit. You can be anywhere down here, but you're on this side of that line. On this side, you're doing what I believe Plato thought he was doing, which is using it as a metaphor or allegory to talk about grander truths that myth allows us to do and play with. I believe Jung was on this side. Close to, but not over the top of that hill. Land is somewhere down here. That's how I'm thinking about it. Puner, if I didn't know, you were quite funny.
Genesis, he begot 5.
Yeah, Glup-Shido spoke of this on his treatise on Avola. Glup-Shido.
Pairs of male twins. brought them up and divided the island of Atlantis into 10 parts, which he distributed between them.
What the fuck?
So this is the Atlantean decimal source in our tradition. And it's to do with 5 pairs. So, and as we've seen, even though there's a peculiarity about the central point in this, it's like slightly messy in that way. Conceiving decimal as a set of twins is how you get rolling with this thing. It's how you, both sides of the Barker spiral do that. The Atlantean side, as I say, they add to 10. And I think on that note, I'll just say one tiny little thing that's a kind of a footnote type of thing to that, which is just to say, I really badly miss having an AOE education. I mean, in my twilight years, I sort of think, we obviously were just like, Lemurian punks in the 1990s.
Lemurian. That's correct. Lemurian punks. Lemurian punks. Run with that.
AOE was just a punching bag. It was everything to do with tradition and authority and whatever was being put in that slot and just abused. Whereas, I think, it's ultimately, I would say my sympathies are still Lemurian, but I wish I was saying that as a dissident, as an occult dissident based on a very solid AOE education. Classical.
People listen to this man and think he's brilliant in various ways. How embarrassing. How embarrassing. How embarrassing to call this man a scholar you're going to listen to.
Languages, all of this stuff, so.
No, serious, you missed it. See, he explained that the reason we have the spiral is because of the twins being applied to decimal reality. Don't get with it. It's the accent. Yeah, fuck.
In Plato read biblically as this occult authority. And so...
All right, so we'll just jump slightly ahead. If you guys didn't know that they're into magic, you should. Lemurian time sorcery. Yeah. I'll say again. Lemurian time sorcery enables the communication with demons and magic spells that they believe they can cast.
Part of definitely where I am now is to
I am laughing at Lemuria rising from the ocean right now.
Sort of too late to do everything out of the AOE. That was so much not what was happening before, but that's kind of what I'm trying more and more to do, because in a way that I think we'll have to talk about a little bit more later, the AOE represents the actual European occult tradition, the Hermetic tradition.
Yeah, it's the real occult tradition, not like all those phony ones. This is the real one.
It's the Knights Templars, it's the Masons, it's the...
I had seen some shit from Nick Land, like him saying trans people were the Jews of gender. Didn't realize he was this far gone. He is. I didn't actually realize he was this far gone either. I knew he was mostly one, I knew it was generally useless and kind of cracked out. I didn't realize, like, he's not manic about it. If you haven't been around people who have things like this or say shit like this, there's a manic quality where, like, well, look, Lorraine tradition, we're going to talk about it, and here's what we're going to do. There's an energy to it that I think I've seen in Nick Land before, but now either meth like ate his brain, probably, but it's like,
you know, it's Pico and Ficino and all the Italian Renaissance philosophers or occultists. It's John Dee going right through to
what kind of magic is this? This is syzygetic demon evocation cycles he's talking about here, if memory serves. Syzygetic.
The Rosicrucians, the Golden Dawn, Crow.
Yeah, when you watch Terrence Howard, he's into it. He's for it. Like, you can see there's an energy there. This is a very different energy. Those aren't real words. Syzygetic is a real word that he made up.
Holy and the OTO. It's basically the foundations of all of that.
I'm going to start bringing up and saying some shit. I pulled up some CCRU writings just to make sure I'm not saying crazy shit. There are 5 main demons. This is real philosophy, okay? Stop saying Mark Fisher didn't do philosophy. Okay. Now, the 5 main demons, Kadak, Jinx, Murmur, Utnul, and Adub, help us trace real routes for chaotic xenodemons to travel and allow us to navigate temporal regions where one might get stuck on the outside of time. No, Astrid, one of them is not Kame. It's Katak, Jinx, with a DJYNXX, Jinx. That's right. Fucking really good. That's really good transcription. That fucks me up. Murmur, Utnul, and Udub. This is Warhammer lore made by remedial 5th grade students.
I hope I said the Masons. The Masons most of all.
Yeah.
That's, you know, that's what they build. That's their cathedral. And even
Cathedral. This is all of these fucks. Again, none of them have a philosophical background of any meaning. They're trash that happens to work in the interests of capital so they get money. Queen Schlut, I'm just letting you know, we are watching Nick Land, and it's kind of amazing to be able to do this, because I've been saying for years he's a fucking nutcase who doesn't do philosophy, and you get to see it.
if you're going to find weird stuff coming out of.
And it looks like, by the way, most of you think he's quite serious about Atlantis being real. Is Nick Land Atlantean? He is not Atlantean, but he believes he can help us contact the Lemurians. I think. Again, it's really bad, like, world building. So I'm not going to pretend that I have a really good grasp on it.
The walls, even if you're going to be on some strange Lemurian drug, watching weird stuff coming out of places it shouldn't come in that cathedral, it's like that's the cathedral. That's the edifice in which
the apparatus
really
of capture.
Yeah, well, capture too, but more than that, production. It's like
Now there's the energy. That's the energy I was looking for. Before it was like I'm not going to be crude, but I had a crude way of talking about it.
It's built this stuff. So I don't think it's just. I think this attempt to just negativize it, it's incomplete. The Barker spiral says it's incomplete, but also it's necessary. You only get the spiral if you get both the Atlantean and Lemurian side together make a spiral. Lemurianism on its own isn't a spiral at all. If you just mirror that.
It would make no sense. That would make no sense for Lemurianism to not be a spiral. Like, what are you talking about?
That's you only get the spiral if you get both the Atlantean and Lemurian side together make a spiral. Lemurianism on its own isn't a spiral at all.
Okay. To explain, the spiral he's got. When you put a divider down it, okay, say a mirror, it's a mirror on both sides. On one side, you get perfect concentric circles, Atlantean. On the other side, you get wholly disconnected circles, I guess. That's Lemurian. So the only way you can get a spiral is by doing both of them. He's a fucking nutcase.
Oh, I don't even.
You watch this on Painkillers? I got to tell you, this is fucking something else. This is 3 weeks old at this point, and I will tell you right now, like, this would be great on morphine.
If you just mirror that side, I guess you just also get a set of concentric circles. It's not, you don't get escape. You don't get anything exciting. The spiral.
He's a visionary. CCRU were real philosophers, not hack weirdos. Why would you ever say such a thing?
It comes out of this.
What are the comments like? You don't want to know. We don't. Do you want me to? This is like Jesus explains the Bible. So glad that Land these past years has been more and more inclined for podcasts like these. This is huge. After 11 years, the dangerous maybe drops this gem. I almost crashed my car when this notification popped up on my phone. 3 hours and 33 minutes. Very clever. Favorite part is hearing Nick Land say at 53 whatever, whether you then go on to say that forms of xenointelligence actually are able to retrochronically inject cognitive material into ancient cultures is a more controversial suggestion. I feel like you three would have been tremendously renowned medieval monks. Do you want me to keep going? Thanks for putting this together. I've watched everything available with Nick Land, including the new center courses, all the interviews, but nothing is on par with this candidate as this. It's never been so proud of someone I didn't know in real life. Keep making it real, Mikey. How much do you have to pay to make me watch Meltdown? I don't know what that is, so let me find out first. Because I may not take money for that. Meltdown. Travis Scott's music video? That's probably not right. A Nick Land thing? Meltdown Nick Land? Oh, God. Oh, his shitty... Oh, yeah, I won't watch it. He's a train wreck. He's useless. And again, this is one of those things that, like, he has this serious I'm aware of this. So this is one of the most Columbine shooter visuals of a person, like that energy, I've seen. Think about that. This is, to me, the emotional resonance I have for Eric Harris. I'm not joking. This is that exact feeling. Whenever I see this picture, it's the first person who pops into my mind every time. If you guys don't know, I have a whole thing about that. That's what this reminds me of. Nick Land has always reminded me of that. Why do they look like fish people? Thin heads and eyes that are empty. Their eyes are empty because they're, call my shootery people. He doesn't have anything there. His eyes are goddamn dilated. Like, this is a person who has problems and just is out of his fucking skull. Oh, it's because he's Atlantean. See, there you go, Queen Schloot. Just letting you know. That's the whole reason.
Atlantean convergence and the tension and that comes out of that.
Did you also say the friction between them?
Yes.
Okay. So, one of the questions that comes to mind, because with Plato, where he's talking about the Atlantean set of twins are males, I've noticed in the CCRU, all the lemurs are always referred to as her. Is that in response to that?
That's Lemurianism again. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like punk Lemurianism. I mean, I'm not going to completely blot it out at all. But yeah, that's
okay.
what it is. So you can mentally compensate.
So I'm going to just be very upfront. Everything Nick Land has done is a fundamental misreading of Deleuze in almost every way. Mark Fisher, too. They're actually both not really people who understood or read Deleuze meaningfully, primarily drawing from other traditions, but they also didn't really speak of those or understand those very well. He got hooked by Bataille and doing a shit ton of drugs, so I have to at least give him that. Mark Fisher doesn't really have anything at all. And I stand by that, and I will continue to have that conversation with anyone who demands it. It's perfectly fine. But this is a whack job. He's a whack job.
Okay. So I think it's, with where we're at, I think this is probably a good time to kind of run through those basics. So
yeah, more diagrams.
Is a time map, a time maze. And the question is, if somebody looks at it for the first time, it's very perplexing. They don't know what they're looking at. So it's kind of, I think, essential.
This is the numogram. It's the symbol is a CCRU, although none of them can explain it meaningfully, and it is utter garbage. Utter garbage. Utter garbage. And they believe it helps them cast spells so they can contact demons. So, enjoy that. No, Fisher wasn't nuts, at least. I mean, he was depressive to an extraordinary degree and visited that on his audience constantly. So, manic depressive, there's two parts. That's what they were.
Perplexing. They don't know what they're looking at. So it's kind of, I think, essential to go through the basic components.
That's what it's for. Look, I don't know if Nick is going to say that, but that's the shit that they talk about. It's a time map. It's a time map that allows them to talk to demons. I named the 5 fucking demons already. So,
components of it. Yeah. And so it's comprised of 5 syzygies that.
No, Mark Fisher wasn't this nuts. Again, that's fair. He's equally good at philosophy. I would actually say Nick Land's early works, again, had a lot of promise, very, very sadly. Very, very sadly. Because it was an interesting direction. But then, no. Also, they were both white supremacists, so what are you going to do?
run from, based on the decimal system of 0 to 9. And out of the syzygy,
I love you, Valentine.
we get currents, we get gates, and each gate has a channel. And this whole thing is based on mathematical relations of culminating and plexing. I wonder if you could just kind of take a second and walk us through these mathematical relations and share how you think of these basic operations.
Yes, okay. This is great. I mean, a second might be slightly optimistic.
Okay. I'll get as much time as you want, actually.
Now, there's different ways. One natural way, which I think I will shelve under time pressure, but maybe we can come back to do this, is actually to start off with the tree of life, which everyone interested in Western occultism is very familiar.
So, I'm just going to say Astrid's comment, because I don't think Astrid understood how good of a comment it was. Just as fucking Christ, just read the Kabbalah and the Ars Goetia if you want to do occultism. What the hell is this shit? Astrid.
It also is a series of 10 zones, the Sephirot, and paths between those zones.
So again, remember, Nick Land is a visionary for the right, the Dark Enlightenment. He and Moldbug and all these other fucks, brilliant philosophers who really understand shit. This is what Peter Thiel finds attractive.
And is seen as a basic cosmic map. So there's a certain sense.
Deleuze employed calculus, thought he could just do numerology when Deleuze was actually riffing on Spinoza's geometric method. Deleuze utilized calculus pretty heavily in a great deal of his works, including Anti-Oedipus, 1,000 Plateaus, and in general. Now, not hard calculus. It's not like Leibniz's fucking monadology, which necessitates really complex and, the dude invented multiple types of math entirely. Not that, but an understanding of calculus and the differential and the derivative are necessary to understanding Deleuze's work.
Sense where these things are inevitably in some kind of communication.
Oh, Deleuze was deliberate, but Deleuze also was putting mathematics where it belongs, not imminently. That's the whole fucking point.
And I would say even perhaps a competitive relationship in some way.
Funny meme. All right. Kabbalah. And then their horse vagina. I don't know. Just terrible. It's just like, he's not saying it cleanly, but again, to just read. The numogram is a decimal labyrinth composed of 10 zones organized through syzygies and currents. It functions as a time map for Lemurian time sorcery. It is constructed according to eminent criteria latent in decimal numeracy, using only basic arithmetical operations. I'm not making that up. They're completely pulling it straight out of their own ass, but it's like,
and the tree of life is emanationist. That's to say,
we may have to ban metaphor. I have to mention a fantastic. I don't see a lot of good tweets these days, but there's a new Air Bud movie, and someone commented and said they should make the new Air Bud movie with a chocolate lab, so that way we can have discourse so dumb it actually kills everybody. I like that line. I like that. That's a good line.
It arises, it's based on stuff that arises in the early centuries of the Christian era. It's a kind of, as all these things are, there's an element of
So here's the thing. Anyone who watches this and gets something out of it, they're mentally ill. That's capitalism doing that. Watch my AI video. I actually explain this quite nicely. This is not non-normative or dismissive of them. This is humanity. We've all been in various positions where this kind of thing happens. And Nick Land is very much there. He is a sorcerer of sorts in this way. But that this is being taken this seriously. Look at how seriously they're looking at this and taking in everything he says. So seriously. So seriously. And there's nothing there. Or drugs. You know what? Drugs, it was pretty awesome.
Hermetic, theological.
He's not preying upon vulnerable people. He is a vulnerable person doing what vulnerable people do to other vulnerable people. This is, if you've never been a heavy drug user, you ain't been around it. This is absolutely normal. This is expanded in power because of the internet. But every heavy drug use group has a Svengali of sorts who tends to be the person in charge because of how well they talk or how they do this. They're not they're not doing it intentionally, usually. This is part of a culture that, if you haven't been around, it's tough to describe, but if you have, you know it exactly.
Innovation going on there that wants to present itself as very traditional. So it has a kind of complicated type of time that will become, I think, even more intense when we get to the Renaissance. So
all right, that's going to be a break moment, which is fine for me. One sec, I have to get some beef jerky out, and also pulling out my nail polish. All right, everybody, this is going to be, we're going to get a couple going. I have a holographic, which I really like. Holographic. It's like a darker holographic. And let's do an unusual one I haven't brought out before. Straight black is good. And actually what we'll do is we'll do a nice mix. Yeah. All right. All of my nail polishes is, oh my God. What the fuck is wrong with you, Brooks? Shit. I'll have to look it up. My brain is not letting me figure it out. It's a cat something or other. Magic cat. Oh, fuck. I don't know. I tend to like it a lot. That one might be dried out. All right, we'll do these. Okay. Mooncat, thank you, Mooncat. I like Mooncat a lot. It's a little pricey. I haven't bought some in a while. Give me money. But I have a good number of them. So here's how it's going to work. We're going to do another poll. It's going to be poll. It's going to be choosing nail polishes. And we're going to do purple, black, light hollow, or dark hollow. And I'll show them all before everyone has to vote. There's purple. It's like a lovely, it's a really nice purple. Black it's black. It's called Emo for Life. It's a hell of a name. And then there's light holographic and a dark holographic. Yeah, see? Make your picks. And I'm going to start on the base coat while we watch someone basically eat their own brain.
Again, I kind of kicked that a little bit up the road. And its mode of decimal is definitely inclined to the Atlantean, which is to say, while there is
which is a mode of decimal is nonsense. Nonsense.
Zero introduced later, you know, and it's kind of off the top of the tree of life. The tree of life begins with 1, and it goes down past 9, 10, Malkuth right at the bottom, you know, just suspended after you've zigzagged across these 3 columns of the tree of life. You reach Malkuth at the end. And Malkuth is what kind of 1 repeated, like you've basically done a circle.
How is Fisher a white supremacist? He does a really fascinating thing in all of his works, but let's just talk primarily about his social position and the way he writes about capitalist realism amongst his other works. He specifically goes out of his way to say, for example, that there's no new elements in culture, no new genres of music. We've reached stagnation, which, 1, deeply non-Deleuzian take on its own, but 2, you're a white British guy, give it for him, give it like 3 months and there would be a few more, because there's actually a lot of change as cultures shift and resources from each are developed into others. But he didn't care about that because from his position, nothing was ever going to be new. From his position, he saw hopelessness. From his position, that of the white, mainline, middle class, upper middle class, educated, very well educated British man, none of his works kind of dealt with that. None of his works at all. What's this chill about in less than 50 words? Primarily, the Quarantine Collective exists as a space between academic and amateur. We call it extra academic philosophy. We do take it quite seriously. It's not an academic space. We do let people actually fuck up and not do well, but we do exist in a way that we're here to help people get through it. I've spent the last 5 years with the team and the group. We are a collective. The Discord server, discord.gg/DGQC, does 12, 15, 20 readings a week of various books, and we help people get through them. And right now we're watching Nick Land and laughing. So welcome, Modern Solutions.
Well, and some people have, I think, quite traditionally, I don't think they...
And right now everyone is voting on what color nail polish I'll be putting on, which is a little bit of a tradition here I haven't been able to do in a while.
This is just a kind of weird modernist trick, have just represented the Tree of Life as just this endless sequence that we get to Malkuth, which is 10 in the previous Tree of Life and becomes 1 in the new one, and then down you go another 10 and another 10 like this, you know, as a repeating
dude?
Decimal.
This is Nick Land is considered by very powerful people, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk, all the shitheads of the PayPal mafia, multiple people in the Trump administration, as a philosophical genius. Seriously. We are watching Nick Land, who's this guy in the middle. His name is Nick Land, who's an author of a huge number of philosophical works, and I put that in fucking quotes, that are horrifying. And not horrifying in like they are reactionary and they're deeply racist and they're actually super problematic, but they're also not philosophy. And a lot of people who don't understand how fucking wacky he got, we're watching him right now talk about the Lemurians versus the Atlanteans and how you can learn about them by a spiral. This is someone who's a serious philosopher. Supposedly.
Pattern.
And these guys up here, they're supposedly doing pretty serious philosophy themselves, or at least attempting to engage with it. I don't know which one of them is the one who does the post on anti-Oedipus at one point, but they've tried. They haven't succeeded, but they've tried. But this Nick Land is fucking wacky.
And we're going to see that echoed in the normally received.
We are beyond Nazi territory. Nick Land is far beyond Nazis. I mean that. I don't think either of these guys are Nazis. I don't think so. I think they fancy themselves philosophers and that they're doing something that puts them beyond that. In practice, yeah, they're fucking probably Nazis.
Pythagorean tetractys, which is also 10, and it also has in its normal representation an Atlantean numerical operation, in the sense that it basically is counting from 1 to 10.
Okay. Did you follow that? The Atlantean numerical operation is counting from 1 to 10. Nick Land did become a China shill. In fact, I believe he lives there and is married to a Chinese woman because he's also kind of a passport bro before there were passport bros. And it looks like, just so you know, purple's going to be winning. We'll see. We'll see. Purple, I'm going to give it a few more minutes. We'll see if Dark Hollow catches up. That could be nice. Like a Dark Hollow purple mix. Not terrible. It's not terrible. He's back from China. Really? Sad.
And, that's the... Well, we have to come back to the tetractys anyway, so maybe I won't get lost in this. But
who has the meaningful expanded? Ton of people have expanded on Deleuze and Guattari. Latour's work, I think, at length. Serres at length. La Poujade. Jean-Claude Martin. There's a large number. I've gone over a handful. Ian. Oh my God. Ian God damn it. The guy who wrote Critique of Pure, the idea of pure critique. What's his name? God damn it. Great book. Fucking really good book. There's a lot of people who've taken on his work, and there's others. I mean, I'd be silly not to mention, oh my God. Philosophy of non-Marxism, philosophy of non-photography. One second. I don't know, Francois Julien as well. La Ruelle, thank you. God. Masumi, look, Masumi's not for me. I like some of his works. DeLanda, I like some of his works. Eugene Holland has done a huge amount. I really think Eugene has done an amazing. There's a large number of people who've taken Deleuze's work and extended it or expanded it, either directly or indirectly. And these is just, I would say, people who I'd say are direct followers on. A lot of people from other traditions have even borrowed from him because he's very influential and had some really extraordinary stuff. Paul Virilio, I think, actually, again, they take from him. I would say they've expanded on his work. It counts to me. Nick Land doesn't do any of that. He just makes up shit that sounds like it's Deleuze, and it's terrible. It is genuinely fucking terrible.
I would just say, though, these very familiar systems have an Atlantean numerical orientation. It's very specifically identifiable in the sense that there's no zero actually intrinsic to the numbers being worked with.
Nick Land is not popular in Deleuze circles. Nick Land is popular in people who don't actually read Deleuze but talk about Deleuze. There's this is one of the things that absolutely is horrifying about the Deleuze thing online. I used to moderate the Deleuze subreddit for like 3 fucking years, multiple years. There are two kinds of people who deal with Deleuze. People who like don't really read it and like take from it and then dive in and out, but read secondary literature or other people's stuff, mostly CCRU shit. And then there's people who actually engage with Deleuze. Of those, there are even subgroups, but most of the people at Deleuze Catboy shit and all this other stuff, they don't really read Deleuze. They don't know what nomadology is. They've read 1,000 Plateau's Faciality Plateau or The War Machine, and they want to all be nomads, or like just shit that is like, you do not read this stuff seriously. They're not engaging with it philosophically. If anyone who has read Deleuze, if you say to them, hey, tell me about Bruyere, tell me about Simondon, tell me about Klosowski, no one knows who they are. No one. Then you know they're not serious.
And the philosophical basis of it is this emanationist philosophy that comes in, basically, that finds its philosophical expression with a neo.
There's a lot of explicitly Deleuzian catboy shit out there. It's a whole thing.
Neoplatonists.
They all hate me too. I have a whole bunch of people who fucking hate me. I quit the Deleuze subreddit moderating because everyone in it's really fucking stupid. And the guy who created the subreddit wrote me and he apologized. Like, hey, I've been going for my doctorate. I'm sorry. I haven't had the time. I left too much because I ended up being the only person moderating for like a year. And I wrote him and I said, it's not that. I don't mind doing it. The people aren't worth it. And he laughed. And then a month later, he gave up, he's the creator of the subreddit, gave up full ownership of it to one of the shitheads, wrote me and said, I can't believe how right you were. They're awful. They're just the fucking worst.
Porphyry, I think most, in its most kind.
I'm going to call it, that's purple across the board. Thank all of you very much.
Kind of rigorous and fully expanded design with Plotinus, who gives this full emanationist philosophy of everything coming out of the one. The one takes on this, Plotinus isn't a Christian. He's brought into Christian affinity. He's not a Jew either. He's not an part of Abrahamic theology, but the one, his God is the one. And the one takes on this, theological, strongly theological flavor, mystical theological flavor.
I'll do Dark Hollow on the thumbs.
It's already that basically your philosophy, your religion, and your philosophy of arithmetic are the same. It's like what a religion really is at this point. Now, when you're drawing something like this, when you're writing something like
Deleuze does not have a place for mystic thought. Deleuze hates metaphors as a thing.
Platonic philosophy. What a religion is a philosophy of arithmetic. It's an understanding of numbers. It's a numeracy. It's basically veneration, in these terms, veneration of the one. It's like a Neoplatonic
What
philosophy.
did he fucking say?
What a religion is a philosophy of arithmetic. It's an understanding of numbers.
A religion is a philosophy of arithmetic. I need to hear it again.
When you're drawing something like this, when you're writing something like a Neoplatonic philosophy, what a religion is a philosophy of arithmetic. It's an understanding of numbers. It's a numeracy. It's basically veneration, in these terms, veneration of the one. And this will be complicated in the later Capitalism.
This will become complicated later. I've given no grounding for it in any semblance of meaning at all. I've also not connected it to any meaningful philosophy of any sort other than sort of odd, weird hints and gestures and vibes, but I'm a serious thinker.
Jewish Kabbalistic stuff with the Tree of Life. But I think in this period, it's really very strong and very clear that that's what's happening.
What a fucking loser. Like, what a fucking loser is. How much of a loser you have all the money. He is taken care of. Nick Land is not hurting for cash. I'm hurting for cash. Give me cash. Nick Land is not worried about whether or not he's going to be able to pay rent in a few months, or where his meals are coming from, or if, I don't even think he has kids. I hope he doesn't fucking have kids. He's not worried about shit. Nick Land doesn't worry. He doesn't worry. So imagine you have that access to all of the things you could ever possibly want to learn or understand, not just the internet. If he were to hit someone up, and go, "Hi, I'm Nick Land. I'd like to learn about your philosophy." Kind of anyone would answer that and go, "Sure, let's talk. Hey, is there a way you could tell me about things?" "Yes, I will explain things to you." He's Nick Land. He could do all of that. Why? But he doesn't. Instead, he does this. Look at that hair. I don't usually mock someone's hair, but dude, at least like be weird. Like, I don't know, again, deep school shooter energy. Shit makes me nuts. Law, journalism, and YouTubers. Well, that's a fucking name. Thanks for earlier explaining Quarantine Collective is. It sounds cool. Hey, it is, I think. It's been a few years in the making, and it's a weird place, and it's a weird place. The goal overall is to try to expand it. It's one of the fun, weird things. I get people hitting me a lot. They're like, "Hey, your AI video is trying to really go viral. You should do the following things to allow it." And what people don't seem to understand is, like, literally the point of the channel is that I do those weird videos. One, I like doing them. And I think they're important. But if you haven't seen the other shit that's in between those videos, we have readings, like Raymond Rouer readings happening right now, Merleau-Ponty readings, Simondon readings, Nietzsche readings, Anti-Oedipus readings, real readings of real good philosophy by people who really know that shit. And every time I do one of those, that shit grows a little bit. Not a lot, but a bit. We end up having a Rouer reading that used to get 12, 15 viewers. Now it's topping 100, 200, 300. Shit like that. The goal is to try to grow more. It's kind of fun. It's weird, but it's been kind of fun, I think. Thank you, George, for sending me. I'll check that out soon. Let's see. I've been painting my nails. I've wanted to read Bertrand Russell on mysticism. I mean, I think this would be Bertrand Russell on mysticism and meth. That's Nick Land's like, if when we write about him after he's dead, that's the title of the book. Mysticism and meth. It's like that one of the best lines from American Dad. "Oh, sad magic. If you ever write a book, that's the name. Sad magic."
Yes. So, what happens then to when you go, what's the basic thing that's happening when you're moving onto the pneumogram? When you're moving, and what the pneumogram is a Lemurian map that seems to have the same agenda, it's dealing with the 10 zones as they are in the pneumogram, Sephiroth as they are in the Tree of Life.
Zotana, just letting you know, if you have a BA in philosophy, join. We're very good with people who are just getting going in academia or not. Nick Land has no interest in philosophy. Nothing you're hearing from these guys is philosophy at all, in any capacity, in any way. And anyone who says otherwise doesn't care about philosophy in any way, shape, or form. This has nothing to do with philosophy. This is a raving lunatic with other people who don't understand things, who are trying to grasp the world and also are lost.
not the same in the sense that obviously go from 0 to 9 in the numerogram, not 1 to 10, but the same in the sense that it's decimal numeracy given this cartographic.
It's just, he's fucking nuts. He's fucking nuts. He's fucking nuts. It's decimal. It's not the same. One goes from 0 to 9 and the other is 1 through 10, but it's the same, you know.
Occult representation. And what happens is, if we go back to the Barker spiral momentarily, is that everything is adding up to 9, it's not adding up to 10.
It's not adding up to 10.
As we've seen in this emanationist philosophy, to add up to 10 is to add up to 1. Malkuth is just Keter recycled. So the veneration of the 1 and a form of decimal numeracy that sees 10 as its culmination, that counts from 1 to 10, they are the same. 10.
This is why when British people talk to you about anything, you just don't have to listen. You just can go, sorry, your accent British? Yes. Oh, thank you. Does Nick Land modern? You are adorable. I like you. Please stick around. Does Nick Land actually do any math to back up his claims? No. You've heard his claims. He believes it's backing up already. This is him explaining his claims.
10 is the vehicle of the valorization of unity. 9 is not that. 9 is not that.
9 is not that.
Okay, we haven't actually started quite constructing the numerogram yet, but okay, I now have.
So we're 30 minutes in, and he hasn't gotten to explaining a goddamn thing. I'm going to bet if we just skip way fucking ahead. Oh God, wait. I saw the I Ching. Oh shit, did I see I thought I saw the I Ching there. Thought I saw the I Ching. I may have missed it already. $64. Oh my God, he's doing it. He's doing the I Ching shit. He is. I knew it. I fucking knew. Oh my God. We're so skipping ahead. We're so skipping ahead. Because none of this is going to make any sense, but I want to be able to laugh at it in a way that's really fun.
Well, yeah, now this is...
We played Subdecadence with you, and we did get K-Tac. You said, that's ominous. And I look back and I'm like, can you tell me why that's ominous to you, though?
Right. Well, yeah, now this is... so this is... I think what we have to do at this point is do our little...
Do we need to go back?
Can we just do... I think, a fairly... there's basically 2 topics remaining on my list.
Let's do those then.
There's one of them is just about looking at this. What I'll use our old language. It's not been replaced by anything.
Did he just go? Hello, I've got a question for you that's pretty specific. Oh, I'm not taking any questions. What the fuck, man?
To my mind, accessible and superior. So we call this thing the time circuit or the hex, yeah?
Yeah.
It's like the zone of insideness, so to speak.
Okay.
And maybe we can just look at that a little bit.
Sure, we'll show. Can I ask you right now, since we're talking about it, should we also understand, because it seems to move counterclockwise, but at one point, if you look when it goes down, it starts to move in a linear direction. Then on the top part, it's going retroactively. So should we view it as both, when it's the time circuit, it's incorporating both linearity and retrochronic?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
This is, I'm going to take this. I'm going to put it in AI. I'm going to ask it to take literally the fucking transcript and actually create a mathematical cross-reference graph of where words get used and how they get tossed around over time. Because I have a feeling that actually a pattern would emerge that's the voice of God.
incorporating all kinds of stuff, for sure. So it's a very, very rich notion of insightness. Well, hey, let me just see what so the first, there's a little arithmetical thing, okay. And then there's just mapping it onto a few things very quickly. And then we'll be able to talk about it.
Sure.
The arithmetical thing, very simple, is what I think can be called the iron law of six. The iron law of six is extremely...
Do you see this fucking shithead up in the upper left nodding his head? Fuck you. Fuck you.
The iron law of six.
Fuck you, buddy.
The iron law of six is extremely simple.
Fuck you. Just so fuck you. I can't. He has a fucking pen out. Yes, he's taking notes and going, yes.
Of six. The iron law of six is extremely simple. It's now we're in a new numerical operation, a very modern one, which is doubling. So you've got your sequence in our whole sort of world of like computers and everything like that. It's probably now we've shot beyond it, but it definitely in the early years. So we're going back to kind of early cyber culture. And obviously the powers of two are just like the cool numbers, or at least if not the cool numbers necessarily, it's like they were the numbers that are everywhere, the numbers that had all this association with, because Boolean logic is kind of governing all these machines, etc., etc.
No. Here, I'm gonna get rid of the captions. Watch the guy in the upper left through all of this act like he agrees with him. Two ain't in Boolean logic. I know. I'm trying to there's nothing there. This is a nonsense statement. The power of two is not Boolean. I can't make it Boolean, no matter how I try in my head.
Early.
Watch the guy in the upper left.
And obviously, the powers of two are just like the cool numbers, or at least if not the cool numbers necessarily, it's like they were the numbers that are everywhere, the numbers that had all this association with, because Boolean logic is kind of governing all these machines, etc., etc. And so obviously you then count 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64,
embarrassing,
128, 256, 512, boom, 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 boom. And the thing about those numbers is when you then subject them to Masonic arithmetic.
This is so embarrassing. Powers of two don't show up in computing. Computers are binary. It's ones and zeros. Powers of two aren't in there. James, you don't address this. What you do is enjoy it. Like a film. And yes, he did bring up Freemasonry. I didn't know he was going to do that. Again, I haven't watched this, but I had to get to the I Ching. And I want to tell you, I really like the I Ching. I know. The I Ching's fascinating, and I can go through this. Dude, once I finish painting my nails, I'll give you my big, long diatribe about the I Ching and how amazing it is. Because it is. It's a particular thing. And I'm really excited to see how Nick Land fucking destroys what I care about. Because again, he doesn't give a shit about any of this stuff. He's just going to do the thing that, like, I guarantee you he mentions DNA. I feel like he's going to mention DNA because you got the 64 bigrams, trigrams. And he's going to talk about twos, which is, you know, their trigrams are each two lines. So 64 pairs of, it's going to be a thing. I'm really excited for it. Really excited.
They fall into this absolutely...
One sec.
The thing about those numbers is when you then subject them to Masonic arithmetic, they fall into this absolutely mechanical loop. They go, we can just follow it, I think is.
One moment. I have to look up Masonic arithmetic. The mathematics of masonry from the quarries is the mathematics of Freemasonry. Explores some aspects of Masonic and Pythagorean number theory. Wow. Not in the mood for rabbit hole today. Sorry, internet.
It's probably the quickest thing. Like, so we go 1, 2, 4, 8. 16, we digitally reduce to 7. 32, we reduce to 5. So we've gone 6 numbers, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. Now, after
wait. What?
Mechanical loop. They go, we can just follow it, I think is probably the quickest thing. Like, so we go 1, 2, 4, 8. 16, we digitally reduce to 7. 32, we reduce to 5. So we've gone 6 numbers.
Look at shithead in the upper left. Did you see that shit?
We can just follow
Watch him.
I think is probably the quickest thing. Like, so we go 1, 2, 4, 8. 16, we digitally reduce to 7. 32, we reduce to 5. So we've gone 6 numbers, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5.
We are serious thinkers.
Now, after 32 comes 64. 64 is 1 again. After 64 is 128. 128, 1 plus 2 plus 8 is 11 is 2.
Terrence Howard has nothing on Nick Land.
1, 2. After 128, 256. 6 and 5, 11. 2, 13 equals 4. 1, 2, 4 again. 256, 512. 5 plus 1 plus 2 is 8. So we've got our 1, 2, 5, 8. 512, 1024. 1, 0. 1 plus 0 plus 2 plus 4 is 7. We've got our 7 back. Last one, I think I'll bother you with, but 2048. Obviously, lots of people like that as the cyberpunk apocalypse deadline when treated as a date. Cyberpunk apocalypse back. Last one, I think I'll bother you with, but 2048. Obviously, lots of people like that as the cyberpunk apocalypse deadline when treated as a date. 2048, 2 plus 4 plus 8, 6 plus 8, 14 is 5. So we go 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5. That's the iron law of 6. That counts forever. And, you know, however big your number gets, it's doing that number. So that Let me go, rather than in the obvious order, I'll go first to the I Ching, just incredibly quickly.
Fuck yes.
Because, you can ask, like, what kind of number system is the I Ching? And everyone has it as a binary system. It's broken and unbroken lines.
I mean, it's not. No one has ever said this. There's nobody who has ever said this. Let me say it again. Nobody has ever said this. Nobody. I'm just double checking because it makes no sense. I need to understand why 2048 is like a big deal to the cyberpunk apocalypse. Someone have that for me? Anyone? Anyone at all? Because I don't. So, let me tell you about the I Ching so you can laugh at everything. The I Ching is a series of ideograms, these little setups. But it's not really each of these setups. This is a graph that he's put up there to make his point poorly. Primarily what you do with the I Ching is you actually throw bones, coins, whatever. There's a bunch of different trinkets you throw. And what you do is you basically take stock of how they're coming up, whether it's, trigram 1, bigram 1, 2, or 3. Clothesline on the above, bottom line open, all of them open, whatever. And you end up with 6 lines that basically tell your fortune. What's really fascinating about the whole thing is it's actually not really a fortune-telling mechanism. People have fucked that up sort of long-term. What it was originally intended to do is to introduce randomness, to introduce non-determinate thought or causation into your life. So what you do is you would do these random things and then have a story. Yeah, let me pull up one sec. I have 2 copies of the Wilhelm Bain's translation of it in English. If you ever get a chance, I highly, highly suggest the Wilhelm Bain's. But to say what, for example, these things do and how they're set up, let's do with, let's do 20. There's 24. 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20. Quan, or contemplation. Above, you can see on line 20, look at object 20. It's 4 lines with a break and then 2 lines there. Above means the sun. The upper half is the sun because the 2 lines set up like that. Below is Kyun, which is the earth or the reception. A slight variation of tonal stress gives the Chinese name for this hexagram a double meaning. It means both contemplating and being seen, in the sense of being an example. An example, a contemplative experience of being seen. These ideas are suggested by the fact that hexagram can be understood as picturing a tower characteristic in ancient China. That's why it's got the 2 above and then the stacks on each side. For example, a tower of this kind commanded a wide view of the country. At the same time, when situated on a mountain, it became a landmark that you could be seen for miles around. Thus, the hexagram shows a ruler who contemplates the law of heaven above him and the ways of people below, and who, by means of good government, sets a lofty example for the masses. They go on. This is the idea. You do this, and you do a series of these. And when you ask questions or when you have a specific thought, you attach this, and it's intended to generate new ideas. You might say new lines of flight of what that might be or how you might consider it. And the image itself effectively is the wind blows over the earth, the image of contemplation. Thus, the kings of old visited the regions of the world, contemplated the people, and gave them instruction. And they go through this. It's an amazing translation. Cannot recommend it enough. Phenomenal. But you'll notice a big deal there. It's not meant to be predictive. It's meant to be explanatory or give you a new way of seeing a thing. Right? Following? You following me? It's really fascinating. Yeah, so Cleppus, this is what I thought it was. I was like, oh, did I get the date wrong? There is a upcoming cyber death thing that's like Y2K of sorts. That again, we'll end up being able to fix or whatever it is. But it's not 2048. I have no reason. That fucking dude nodded his head like, oh yeah, that 2048. I fucking get it. Yeah. I don't. The cyberpunk game that just came out was 2077. Robotron 2084 is a game. Are his mappings between numbers consistent or vary by the month? Dude, he makes up so much shit you wouldn't even believe it. If you missed it earlier, Modern, he literally like reversed his own shit in the middle of this discussion. What he says is meaningless. So the I Ching is all of these. There's 64 hexagrams. And that's the idea. So,
but I mean, go rather than in the obvious order, I'll go first to the I Ching just incredibly quickly. Because, you can ask, like, what kind of number system is the I Ching? And everyone.
Yes, TK, it's like tarot. Tarot's not really meant to be a predictor. It's meant to be giving you a new frame to consider things. Like, when used right, this shit's really fascinating. And I think it's wonderful. It's a randomness and lack of causality that forces us outside of what we might consider the general forces or the norm or the model of things to do stuff. I'm a big believer in this shit. I think it's amazing. Randomness is a blessing.
Everyone has it as a binary system. It's broken and unbroken lines. That's they can move, but it's basically a binary system. There's 64 hexagrams, so that's
They cannot move, and it is not a binary system because every line is not one or the other. They don't come at one or the other, even though it looks like that to people who don't know. It's not how they're set up.
Nice binary number. That's, as you'd expect, there's 6 lines. 2 to the 6th is 64. So that's why you've got hexagrams, and there's 64 hexagrams. But why are there 6 lines? And I think we've answered that just now. I mean, the iron law of 6 is being recognized in the I Ching. I mean, could it be a coincidence? I mean, could it be somehow there were any number of lines possible in?
You fucking idiot. What the fuck is wrong with you? If you take 6 lines and all of them can either be broken or unbroken, and you have to have 6 in a group, it necessitates 64 hexagrams. There can't be more or less. That's it. Is he fucking out of his mind? We figured it out. That's the maximum number. That's all of them. It's combinatorial mathematics. This isn't even interesting. 2 to the 6 is 64. Is that the limit? Yes. Why do they choose 6 lines? Oh, dude, seriously.
In a kind of, not in a hexagram, but in the system of the I Ching, and they just somehow randomly settle on 6. I don't know. But we know that actually when you do digital reduction, which is a decimal operation on binary exponentiation, we get the iron law of 6. We get 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5.
Okay. This like hurts me. He went to China, and I don't want to like pretend like I know China more than a dude who's like lived there and is extremely racist about how he considers China to be the, you know, racially superior group and everything. But, heaven and earth have the number 3 in Chinese mythology. Foundational trigrams are heaven and earth. If you didn't hear me say this, heaven and earth, the sun above, the earth below, 3, 3, 3 and 3. That's why they have 6. I just, so the is fucking, this hurts my brain. This is fucking dumb. We don't know why there are 6 lines. We know specifically. We know specifically. Aren't there tetragrams too? And not in the I Ching. The I Ching is 6 lines, but it's 3 above, 3 below, heaven and earth, 3 and 3. I am just, it's wild. And each of those is divided basically into 3 sections, because each of the groups of 2 lines actually matter a huge amount. It deals with social hierarchy and a whole bunch of stuff. There's like, it's a real tradition. The I Ching's been around for a very long time. This just hurts. Like, that's just dumb. Google it. I'm pretty sure this should just be on Google.
We get, if you've got 6 lines, you've got enough for everything. You know, you're never, if you're in this world of binary exponentiation, you're never going to ever get a number that isn't on that 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, 6 line.
65? How about prime numbers, you dipshit? Like, what the fuck, man?
System. So the I Ching, by having hexagrams of 6 lines, is implicitly cosmic and universal in the sense that it's saying, you know, anything that can happen, and by anything that can happen by doubling, is in here, is in these 6 lines.
Jesus
we don't
Christ.
need 100 lines, 1,000 lines. We don't need that because, you know, because the iron law of 6 always brings everything that happens, however big.
There are 8 base elements in Chinese mythology. Like heaven and earth, right? Fire, water, all that shit. There's 8 of them. I wonder if 8 times 8 would be an interesting number. You fucking whack job.
Big your exponent. 2 to the quintillion is still going to be one of these 6 numbers. You can have the exponent as high as you want, doesn't make any difference. This is a basic numerical law.
What about prime numbers? Like, does he not? I'm not wrong, right? Like, that's wacky shit to like.
That the I Ching makes a cosmic law. And this, the numbers, the lines, there's a commentary that comes with the I Ching. I haven't pinned down this exact quote this time, but so I'm just going to show you it.
I feel like this is one of those, my kids about like starting those, hey dad, pick any number. Well, between 1 and 100. Now subtract this, now add this, now divide by this. Is this your number? Because I feel like Nick Land would think my son is a sorcerer and the chosen child of God.
It's in there, which says the lines pair up. The 1st and 4th, 2nd and 5th, 3rd and 6th lines pair up.
They
So
do?
if we do our 1, 2, 4, 8, 7, 5, here I'm just gonna help myself out here 1 minute.
Yeah, this is the man who represents Toulouse across the internet. Correct, James. And is considered a serious philosopher. These guys, by the way, I don't care who the person is. If you're talking to someone and they say anything like this, and your question is, wait a second, hold up. I need you to go further on that a little bit. Like, you don't have to laugh at him. I'm laughing at him because I know he's full of shit. His brain is rotted. But if you're these two guys and you have Nick Land there and you don't go, I'm going to need you to take a step further and like show me how this works. It's kind of embarrassing. You should be aware that these guys don't do this. Like, if you don't do that, your audience should always remember you didn't do that.
Yeah. So, okay. So the first line is obviously going to be a 1. And the fourth line is 8. 1 plus 8 is 9. That's a numerogram system. The second line pairs with the fifth line.
No, it doesn't. What the? Is he still talking about the I Ching or is he onto something else now? Am I on my...
2 is the second line. 7 is the fifth line. 2 and 7.
Look at this guy just nodding.
Third line pairs up with the sixth line. 4 and 5. There we have it. So the sixth...
Mikey, look, if by chance you come across this, and you might, I have a significantly large channel and we have probably at least 2 people cross over. Mikey, you need to be aware your co-host, he is sucking this right up and you look skeptical. You come across skeptical, which is healthy. It's very healthy, Mikey. You need to do something about this. I'm pleading with you. I'm pleading with you, Mikey. This is sad. And this is mentally ill people are eating this up. And you're living off of that. And this is nonsense.
6 lines of the I Ching absolutely precisely numerically correspond to the 6 numbers of the numerogram time circuit. So the numerogram time circuit and the I Ching are isomorphic at this level. There's some other stuff going on in the numerogram. There's other stuff, I guess, going on in the I Ching. But in terms of their basic mechanics, they're the same. They're the same thing. And so
not in any way.
Look, this is what the I Ching is talking about. This zone, this central zone for the numerogram, that is the universe. That's the cosmos of the I Ching, and everything.
Nope, he's nodding. You guys are right. Mikey's sold in. I'm wrong. I shouldn't have nodded, buddy. Go read the I Ching. There's a lot of very good books on it. I mentioned a translation that I have that's wonderful. Those guys, Wayland, gave a huge series of lectures that is its own book. I have a first edition of both. I really do like the I Ching. I also have the I Ching read by Red Pine, and I have multiple other translations. Like, you should do that. None of what he's saying is in the scholarship of the I Ching at all, and you're just eating it up, mostly because of, I would bet, Orientalism and Nick Land's sort of abuse of that continually through his career, but also the fact that he doesn't understand anything that he's talking about, and it sounds smart. And this is no different than our friend Terrence. None. Terrence Howard is doing identically this and not debunking this or calling out what it is, or at least asking him to go forward. Like, please tell me more. You don't demand that. You allow him to just continue on in his nonsense. This isn't philosophy. It's not. Stop it.
What's between these two things is...
What do other CCR people do now? Mostly not live. And I'm not even sure if he's not living.
As much as we like. Insofar as the I Ching is telling us about the world, we can see it, we're going to see it here. And then so far as the numogram is telling us about stuff in the circuit, we can map it back onto the I Ching. They're perfectly isomorphic systems.
It's weird they aren't talking about his work. I hate to tell you about this, Zatanna. They're talking about his work. If you haven't read CCRU's writings or Feng Noumena and his other garbage, this is Nick Land's work. I'm sorry to tell you this. Most people don't realize this. They think Nick Land was once a serious philosopher and like, oh, no. No, this is what Nick Land did. And this is why we're fucked. If you pick up the CCRU book, it's a big, thick fucker. I have it somewhere. Oh, I know. I sold it. I got rid of it. I sold it because it's shit. And someone was willing to pay good money for it because I had a first edition. And it's shit. This is just that. This shit is on like the cover of it. It's garbage. It's real.
It's also like the Seal of Solomon, which is a very sort of, it's actually kind of mysterious. I mean, everyone now, it's the modern Israel, it's on the Israeli flag and all of that, and it's the sign of Zionism and Judaism. It's also like the Seal of Solomon, which is a very sort of, it's actually kind of mysterious. I mean, everyone now, it's the modern Israel, it's on the Israeli flag and all of that. And
the Star of David? Is that what he's talking? Is he talking about the Star of fucking David?
It's also like the Seal of Solomon.
I've never heard it called the Seal of Solomon. Because that's not it. The Seal of Solomon this is not what's on the Israeli flag. The Star of David's inside of that. But this is they're not the same. Thank you. I don't think they're the same, but I've never heard it called that in my fucking life. This feels like a dog whistle. It feels like a dog whistle to call it that. I don't know why.
Which is a very sort of, it's actually kind of mysterious. I mean, everyone now, it's the modern.
For everyone, I did the purple with the holographic, the dark holographic, middle finger and thumb. It's a combination. But you guys, it was basically between the two, it was well over the majority of people. It was something like 63 or 64% overall. So there you go. Thank you for the suggestions. I think they're lovely.
It's on the Israeli flag and all of that, and it's the sign of Zionism and Judaism and all kinds of things. But it's kind of mysterious where it comes from. It's the early science fiction.
Let's see if it's mysterious where it comes from. Legend of Magic Ring with Possessor. But the association of the name of Solomon, such a ring, is likely medieval, notwithstanding 2nd century apocryphal Judeo-Christian text, Testament of Solomon. The tractate Gittin of the Talmud has a story involving Solomon, ring, divine name engraved. So it doesn't seem like that's that mysterious.
Are really tied up with various kinds of You've
been wanting to know why I'm dismissive of the CCRU? I'm glad to be helping. I didn't know this would be helping. I was actually, there is some early work Nick Land did around Bataille that's interesting. Not good, don't get me wrong, but interesting. And when I saw it was explains the numogram, I was like, okay, because there's a lot of work he did around it. I didn't think he would actually dive fully into the whack job crazy shit. I thought he would talk about what, how it came about or what he was driving for. I didn't know he's this fucking nuts. He's always been shit, but I didn't know he was this fucking nuts. Yes, Astrid, we skipped ahead and he explained the I Ching as a binary, proof of the iron law of 6. So, but now we're done with that, and he just did some Jew baiting, which, not shocked. Let's see what's in here.
Making the case that you can generate the lemurs names out of certain prefixes or syllables being attached to each zone, and it goes back to like the mythology with the Numinese. Is that correct?
One sec, Nick. I'm gonna let you finish, but that actually wasn't totally correct. It turns out that it was actually Amy Ireland who figured out the relationship between the numogram and how to generate the demons' names. Here is a photo of her presenting on the topic.
Can you imagine presenting on this and not just getting laughed out of the fucking room and having your life ruined?
Showing how the Munimese quasi-font...
Oh, recommending about the I Ching. You can find digital versions of it online. But this, Wilhelm Baines. I think it's for Westerners. If you're Chinese and you read fucking Mandarin, go do that. Not my bag. I don't know the scholars in that region. But the Baines translation is amazing. It's got a foreword by Jung. So you can place like the era of it. And it's kind of an amazing piece of work. They did an extraordinary background. Again, it's super, super, super in depth. So that would be my recommendation for there. Oh my God, Astrid, I didn't hear him say that name. Oh God. So yes, it's the cute accelerationist bitch.
The relationship between the numogram and how to generate the demons' names.
I would suggest it over Red Pines because it is, it's fucking amazing. It's amazing. And there's also a second book called The Lectures of Baines and Wilhelm and Baines. There's one called The Lectures. It's a side book that comes with it, and it's just their lectures about everything. Between the two of it, you will have a fucking great understanding of that shit by the end.
Here is a photo of her presenting on the topic, showing how the Munimese quasi-fontic particles map onto the numogram.
Mental illness is an awful thing. Did you just hear him say this seriously and not giggle?
Be sure to check out Amy's new book, co-authored with Maya B. Chronic, called Cute Accelerationism.
Fucking, of course. Just 2 more seconds and I would have seen it, Astrid. God damn. These people are garbage.
It'll change how you think about accelerationism.
No, it won't. Unless you don't think about accelerationism and they're able to sway you through vibes, which I'm losing a lot of faith in people by the day.
Forever.
Yeah, that's basically correct. Yeah, it's not very rigorous or strict, but it's basically the case that the names, the CCRU traditional names of the demons is based on a combinatorial system where there's certain syllabic values attached to the different zones, and they're then
like K-tax is related to catastrophe and.
That's a whole other issue. What the associations of that are.
So if you ever have someone tell you that Nick Land or any of these people are serious philosophers, now you know they're not. You can just use this and just go, oh, yeah, this is trash. You're trash. All right. You know what? I can That's not a bad gag. The Lemurians. That's not a bad gag. I'll give it to you, Suresh. I'll give it to you. That's not a bad gag.
The asymmetry of the two sides, as we've already pointed to the seventh gate, and the fact that it allows for this. This is already in a way got an eddy in it. You know what I mean? It's not very strong momentum. It's you can.
What's wrong with cute acceleration? Is acceleration and things being cute is fine. Accelerationism is problematic, where depending on your understanding of capitalism, again, the kind of basis there. They tend to root theirs in Deleuze and Guattari's work, which accelerationism actually is not feasible under capitalism, not in a way that forces things to change. Quite literally, capitalism is built to be able to axiomatize anything that comes along, and there is no speeding that up. That's not a thing that speeds up. They literally say nothing dies under the weight of its own contradictions. That capitalism will be able to absorb whatever it needs to. In fact, they don't have a prescriptive way that we're able to find what the next socius may be. With that understanding, accelerationism is deeply problematic, and since all of it's based on, generally, Deleuze and Guattari's work, kind of a faulty baseline. So if you want to have it based on something else, we can do that. But again, even if you do that, you need to be able to answer for the ontological nature of how meaning is made and how things become and how the material properties of things generate other things, which itself is going to be just incredibly problematic because accelerationists don't do that work. They don't do serious philosophy, by and large. There are exceptions, but they don't generally do that. They do the fun stuff at the end, which is critique and commentary and talk about how, look, when things get worse, it feels like things are getting faster. And it's like, I mean, go read Virilio. He beats you to the punch and he does it smarter. Does Deleuze call mathematics or science a part of philosophy? No. He's explicit about how they function differently. Philosophy is the creation of concepts. Science, mathematics in general, is the creation of functives, functions, abstract tables of things and measurements. Art is the creation of sensational reactive bits, figura, as he calls them. Those are sort of the three setups. They're very different forms of creation and creating and making the new.
We try and tack back along this line. The interesting thing about the other side is that the gate and the current perfectly reinforce each other. So there's this massive sort of transitional energy going on at this side of it. Like
4, 5, 1, 10. This is a fucking stupid lunatic shit. Look at this fucking thing and what he's saying about it.
4 and 5, either 4 can go to 1 through the fourth gate, or the 4-5 syzygy following the current goes to 1. In either case, you've got this transitional phenomenon that.
Did you hear him just now? I'm gonna go back. We're gonna watch them words go up. Okay. Serious philosopher.
Energy going on at this side of it, like 4 and 5, either 4 can go to 1 through the fourth gate, or the 4-5 syzygy following the current goes to 1. In either case, you've got this transitional phenomenon that completes the cycle in the.
So there's something wrong with making acceleration cute and thus cute modifier, which makes everything fine. Cute accelerationism is just like, it's a palatable, modernist, consumer-friendly version of accelerationism. It's itself not actually that interesting, but it's commodifiable. That's why I dismiss it easily, because there's actually nothing very interesting in it that you can deal with. Syzygy. Oh, God. You people don't understand what a syzygy is? Syzygy. God, you fucking people. You just are uneducated in the ways of all of this. Look. If you're doing proper philosophy, you would know this word. Syzygies. That's a copy and paste. That's the word he's saying. Syzygies. 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 Enjoy the stroke.
In this completely inexorable fashion. And so we were saying, well, okay, what is that?
One sec. I want to give you an actual definition from them rather than mine, which is something else. I would say something else. This hurts me so much. Syzygy refers to paired zones in the numogram connected through, why are these words? I feel like this is like a prank. Connected through, you know what? I was trying to pronounce German earlier. Zygonovism. Zygonovism, which is about 9 things twinning. Remember he talked about twinning earlier? So a syzygy is a paired zone in the numogram connected through that 9-sum twinning. So 2 numbers that sum to 9. Remember we saw the stupid swirl bullshit he was doing. So like you have 1 and 8. That's a zygonovism, whatever. But the zygotic pairs are the 5 pairs of zones. So 0 and 9, 1 and 8, 2 and 7, 3 and 6, 4 and 5 in the numogram. Not 4.5, 4 and 5. Okay? So each syzygy's arithmetical difference defines a current or connection to a tractor zone. Duh. I want to die.
You know, we don't want to just heap on just arbitrary semantic content, but what is that? That is...
This is not the worst part. Those words are the ones that are like, at least they define or say what they are. Again, if you missed it earlier, I'm going to name the demons for you because you forgot that all of this is about the old ones. The old ones. 1 second. I need to be able to name the demons for you. 1 sec. It just takes a second. There's fucking like 700 pages in this fucking stupid PDF. It's terrible. One second, just 1 sec. Udub is, I think it's not Udub, Odd, Oddub, ODD, Odd, Ub. The 5 syzygetic demons. There is Atonal, which is the pair of 9 and 0. This is the xenodemon of atonality. I'm a serious philosopher. It utilizes a plex current in the plex. This is serious. It's a girl. Her proper name is, this sounds like Navi from Avatar. Tneo-ung, with the first syllable approximating a metallic click, and the latter an unvoiced null whisper. This is written in CCRU writings. Just not... she's the only syzygetic lemur to also be the door of her phase with a secondary pull of 0. As the 9th door, she is associated with the 9th planet Pluto, the center of the Earth, Cathel, and the sacrum at the base of the spine. Serious philosophy. These shitheads are nodding at. Can you imagine nodding at this? A tunnel, 9 and 0, feeds and prowls the plex current, which runs from 9-0 to 9, haunts GT45, also known as the Gate of Pandemonium, which culminates the entirety of Pandemonium. Six and 3. The combination of 6 and 3 is Jinx DJYNXX, the dealer of the warp. This is the CCRU. Again, anyone who says the CCRU is not garbage is wrong. Okay? This is the CCRU. Yes, they can summon demons. I was convinced at one point they believed in these things metaphorically, but no, I think they're fucking out of their minds. Also, grifters and terrible people. This is the dealer of the warp. Again, female demon. A lot of female demons for these very forward-thinking people. Positioning between zones 6 and 3 associates her with both cranial zones, and thus with the imagery of the twinned heads. She is a baby eater, a messy crook, quiet schemer, and sly dog, representing teeth. Many, many teeth. Too many teeth. And is a dealer, trader, wealth generator, and deceiver. She's resistant to concise description. The warp resonates with the uncanny, magical, and uncertain. Have any of you ever read the CCRU? Most people have read capitalist realism and then Feng Noumena, but this is it. Third demon, for me, Murmur, which is a combination of 8 and 1, and it's MUR, Murmur. The nethermost denizen of time. The warp is literally from Warhammer. God damn it. It is. Oh, God. Oh, my brain hasn't. To play devil's advocate, esotericism must be used in an artistic manner, as Deleuze said, to create concepts. No, he didn't. No. Not like this. This is not creating concepts. This is non-functional, abstract bullshit. I appreciate the idea, Goddard, but this is not at all what Deleuze talks about. Body without organs is esoteric. That's using poetry and then bringing that concept elsewhere. This is fucking crazy mental shit. Ugh. And just as I'm reading, I'm going to read a sentence, and I need a moment of silence in my brain. Murmur is known to the Movian sorcerers as the nethermost denizen of time. She appears as the queen of the deep and represents deep time, ancient life, ocean, sea swimming, thoughtful, all presence, offering sight, knowing, growing, but wishes to be left alone. All right, Adub, 7 and 2, Lurker of the Steaming Swamps. This is fucking, in the NIMA system, Adub is the lurker of the steaming swamps, associated with cloud building through evaporation. This is
it's like, that is very apocalyptic. We're talking about destiny. We're talking about this. These two things reinforce each other. There's no alternative. Has to go this way. You can't get off it in any way.
Boy, I wonder if Deleuze ever wrote about destiny and how it's bullshit and why. Oh, wait, he did a lot.
Going down that line, you're at the end of the circuit. It's coming to an end. You're going back to the start of a new circuit. What do all world myths think of that as? The end of the circuit and the re-beginning, some necessary, inevitable, inescapable transition that takes you out of this final state. It just, to us, it's like, how much semantic fluff are we actually putting?
Oh, you guys in chat have a cute joke. I live in a different world where destiny is actually like a thing people discuss versus necessity, and contrasting the two of them is pretty important. But hey, I read books.
Putting on to say that. Certainly at the time it felt to us not much. It's like we definitely, the whole Beaconsfield thing we were talking about earlier, always mathematically possible that there's just coincidence here. And it's for particular people.
Yes, it's coincidence that we made a thing that does the things we said it did. Weird. Goddard, in an alternate universe, Nick Land is a crazy Deleuzian who's created a beautiful mythology of capitalism and socialism. He's the Tolkien of his time. He would have had to not do as much meth as he did. Talk about representations. Yeah, this is just really fucking crazy. It's the challenge is literally everything that he's talking about is something that, 1, you see, 2, you cognize, and 3, you deal with purely abstractly. They're the figura and elements of mathematics. They're literal abstractions created for the purpose of measurements and contrasting. They're not immanent. There's no truth in them. They're utilized in order to create and contrast other measurements at best. But there's nothing there that's immanent. Nothing of what he's talked about here is immanent at all. At all. At all.
The threshold at which you say...
Modern solutions. If you like cybernetics, may I recommend joining our Raymond Rouillet reading group? Because if you don't know who Rouillet is, I highly suggest you enjoy that because it's the best. The best. Cybernetics, he's the godfather of it. He created the very idea of it. And he's basically, he and Simondon and Klosowski are the foundation for a lot of Deleuze.
Hey, look, it's not like I want to become dogmatic about it, but I'm just going to...
I don't want to become dogmatic about it. After all of this shit over the course of 3 hours and 22 minutes.
Say, hypothetically, it doesn't seem worth my while to keep denying that there's a lot of interesting pattern here.
It's what mentally ill people do. There's a lot of interesting patterns I'm able to recognize here. Boy, and it's something you made? Weird.
Mm-hmm. And I'd rather spend my time with the interesting pattern than with an attempt to fabricate a massive cosmic improbability that would tell me that all that pattern is void.
If you ever wanted to know how he's the opposite of Deleuze, right there. Right there. That's literally the opposite of everything Deleuze, Guattari, or any of her followers or hangers on or secondary or friends in every single way. Literally, that's the sentence. That's all you need.
Denying that there's a lot of interesting pattern here. And I'd rather spend my time with the interesting pattern than with an attempt to fabricate a massive cosmic improbability that would tell me that all that pattern is void.
He's telling you to your face, Nance and Mikey, and everyone watching, hey, I literally can't bring myself to falsify my own beliefs here because I'd rather be in this place that this is true. Is Simondon the best philosopher on technology? Depends on what you mean by technology and what time period you're looking at. Simondon's book on technical objects, Mode of Existence of Technical Objects, is a masterwork. Rier's neo-positivism. Why did I say positivism? Jesus goddamn Christ. Yukhui is amazing. Yukhui is too smart for me, though. And I say this, I'm confident that what Yukhui is doing is actually really good because I'm able to see that he's done the work. Like there's work there. Neo-finalism, thank you. God damn it. Yukhui has done the work. You can see it in his work, in everything he writes. You can see how he's building his arguments and doing it. I may not understand the level he does, and it's worth work. I've got all of his stuff for a reason. I'll be making my way, but he's very good, and it's worth reading. Will I have criticisms? Perhaps, but Yukhui is fantastic. Rier's neo-finalism is astonishing. And Simondon's Mode of Existence of Technical Objects is a masterpiece. Those would be my three. If I could pick out, yeah, probably those would be it. But I think everyone, that's going to be it for me. Because that is a fucking 6 hours and about 30 seconds. Let's see if we can make this happen exactly. We can. I'm going to send you over to Kid Not Kin, who is, I don't know if he's streaming, but I know I'm not anymore as of 20 seconds from now. It has been fun. If you support what I do, please always jump over to Patreon if you have the ability to donate $2 to $5 every single month. It makes a huge difference in my life, and I would like more money. It would be very good for me. Also, join the Discord, discord.gg/DGQC, Patreon, patreon.com/DGQC. And as always, I'll see you all soon enough.